56 this morning, and Zubair Hamza 33 from 49. Sinclair with 5 in the first innings, but not yet able to strike. Kazondo's able to strike early here, down the wicket, just punches it through the covers, and through a fielding error, he's able to get to the other end. So first runs of the day, and first alongside me, as always, is Mpendulo Makabane.
A ghastly day of wind, a day where we thought there was going to be treacherous rain, where we wouldn't even have a single ounce of play. The sun is shining, Sinclair is bowling to Zubair Hamza. And with that lead at 252 to start the day, it's absolutely massive for the South Africans. They're gonna have to get once before we ended the game's play, the West Indians.
Over pitched, and that
when we bowl, Sinclair hits the deck hard as a spin bowler, if you may say. The lead is 259. The score is stationed at Nelson.
Hey, the wind is right into your face as you look on stream, and perhaps to his benefit because it might just hold up in the air. Really enjoyed batting here at Mangaung Oval in SAA colours, and once again finds himself with a good partnership to assist him, and that was crucial for the South African A team in the first innings, was that Kazondo and Bloemfontein partnership.
But such was Kazondo's performance. It was that with Bloemfontein, it was that with Hardest for Yoon as well. It was that
a couple of times. Number of opportunities they got. The improvement of bats, a lot more forgiving to batters, especially with the cut stroke. You know, if days gone by, you might not have had proficient cutters of the cricket ball. So just the two early innings, and struggled again with the ball in the West Indies innings up front. Not with ball in hand, but rather getting the ball to stick in the hand when fielding 2 drop catches to his name. But he did get the final wicket yesterday, so that may bring him some solace. Zubair Hamza And we've removed the gremlins from the system, and we're back and sorted out with you. Glad to be back with you once again. The couple of milestones that you've missed if you are just listening to us: 150 coming up for South Africa, and the lead now crossing 300. So 305 is where this lead is. 157 for 4. Zondo still in that dugout. After his dismissal early this morning, it's Zubair Hamza that's having to take the mantle of leader. Rwanda Swart going along nicely. A couple of good cover drives from Hamza is really pushing the game along.
He's looked really good, Zubair Hamza. His shot selection has been exemplary. There's never been a point where he's looked like he's under issues and under problems and under the pump. 40 overs have been completed. We've already had 50 minutes of play since we started 30 minutes earlier, and with the lead on 305 and with us returning with the commentary, we also now just go take a drink. It's 157 for 4.
just enough to quench our thirst. And we are back from drinks. 157 for 4, 40 overs have been bowled. Zubair Hamza on 62. And Rohan de Swart, 21 from 42 deliveries. The lead now, 305. And the question that will be on everybody's mind, when will the declaration come? And things that will be perhaps brewing in the mind of Neil Brunt is whether or not he'll wait for lunch and when the rain may come. It is quite grim this morning, and we'll just have to wait and see. A lovely start here from Jordan. It's his second spell here in this innings. 8.1 overs, 0 for 35. So going at 5 to the over before he started his previous over. And now, with Joseph having to take the reins, the bulls by the horn. The bull by the horns, by the scruff of the neck is the one which you would use. Having taken all the wickets. And it's been an acceleration from Zubair Hamza. 62 from 79 deliveries. Rohan de Swart providing the perfect foil, and they're having good communication between the two. And that's something some youngsters who may be listening, or some coaches, or perhaps those who want to get their kids involved in the game, that's such a value. You remember, as a batting side, there's only 2 of you out there. So if you're not looking out for one another, assisting each other, as someone goes wild down the leg side, you've got to be having those communication sessions off the field if you can, as coaches. Say to the kids, this is what I expect you to talk about. Not only just calling for runs, but seeing if the bowlers found a particular spot on the wicket that is troublesome. If he's swinging it away, swinging it in. And building the foundations early on will certainly add to your toolbox and value as a batter. Especially when you get to your high school levels and above. If you put in the foundational work there, that's when you'll see it come to fruition. When you see bowlers settle into a line length, maybe having a chat about the way in which you feel you can really blunt their attacking options. It's crucial communication between the 2 of you out there in the middle, because if you don't, it can be a very lonely place. The opposition have 3 on the offside in the slip region, and now they've decided to dispense with that. So Zubair Hamza putting a little bit of stress on Joshua De Silva. A slip and a gully, deep backward point. Man in the covers, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a very square, fine leg. You could almost say is a deep backward square. That pull that Zubair Hamza loves so much. He comes over the wicket now. Happy to leave that one. Patience is crucial. And that is the end of the 9th over from Jordan. 158 for 4 after 41.
Decent start here for the South Africans. Not even decent, a good start. Any start where your first hour of play does not lose your wickets can be considered good. Any start where if you're batting at just under 4 runs to the over and you're maintaining that rate at the same time in the first hour whilst not losing your wickets means that you're doing even better than what you have thought. South Africa right now, they have played a total of 14 overs, and in those 14 overs they've added a total of 44 runs. So batting at a good nick. 3 runs to the over at the beginning of the day. Happy start.
Just the vice turns around the West Indies. Despite that vice being as tight as it is, the lead 306, Sinclair's the type of character, and we spoke about it a little bit earlier, he's the type of character that once he just sniffs an opening, he'll be all over you, and that's exactly what he's done here to this to the left-handed de Swart.
He does have his wickets in the first innings, coming from this very angle.
Down the wicket, inside out over extra cover, lovely shot, and it's gone all the way for 6.
Powerful. Super work, flexibility of the usage of the crease from Rowan de Swart. Also brings up the 50-run partnership between them two. Wonderful work as they continue piling on the pressure.
Yeah, it's a confident shot from Rowan de Swart. Hitting with the spin, hitting with the wind as well, and that's why it was able to carry here. With the blustering wind persisting throughout the day thus far.
De Swart is showing that he won't be bogged down, and is also showing that this is what the pressure does to you as a bowler. Kevin Sinclair, very, very unlikely and uncharacteristic no ball. Spin bowler overstepping after being crunched over the covers for 6.
There's a bit of a loud squeal from forward short leg, maybe thinking he could smell the opportunity of a wicket. 2 balls remaining. Much shorter length, but there's protection out there at point. Maybe a bit of a freebie. And de Swart just mentioning to Zubair Hamza that there's a little extra nip off the wicket, a little extra bounce. And we finish with the dot. So good end to what was an interesting over from Sinclair. With 42 gone, it's 165 for 4.
Big shots from Rowan de Swart. One that Kevin Sinclair won't be too worried about because it's very risky playing like that. You're opening yourself up wider as the ball spins away from you. Very high chance of it overspinning past your outside edge and getting yourself stumped. But the confidence in Rowan de Swart's stroke play, allowing him to take it over the top and completing what was rather a good over. South Africa have scored 51 runs for the 61 runs for the day's play, rather. Batting at 4 runs to the over in the day's play. Zubair Hamza, the main run scorer at 62 from 80 deliveries, faces Akeem Jordan. And Akeem Jordan just coming back to hit that back of a length mark. Is not happy this particular match. The wickets are not flowing as often as they do for the big fast bowler from the West Indies.
And it's a good opportunity as always when you're at this level, you're above first class level, to really show the selectors who may be watching that your mettle is up to par here. If there are any West Indian fans, a very early good morning to you. Hope your coffee is as strong as your passion for being awake this early and watching an A-team game. Your own side playing England yesterday in Antigua. Far more favourable weather conditions than we have experienced here.
It's just unfortunate that for the West Indians, they were not successful in their quest for a back-to-back victory versus England yesterday, and it does not look good for them in this particular match here today with the lead on 314 for the South Africans. But this is a big learning curve for the boys in maroon, how to consolidate and complete a series win. You got the win in the first match, you couldn't back it up. South Africa overstepped up for the second match, and they've continued stepping up whilst the West Indies have taken a little bit of a seat backwards as well, scoring 126 runs. Not ideal.
Just beats the man on his left-handed gully. A lot of work here for the man at deep point to try and stem the flow of runs. And they decide against the third. But isn't that just quintessential South Africanisms? Lose the first game of the series and then come back fighting. It's that Protea fire, and perhaps you may be knocked down once, but you won't have a repeat.
It's always the case. It's always the case. The gents know how to fight back. Heart is what South Africa is known for. We saw that in the Rugby World Cup firsthand.
I was stressful. I honestly felt like I was at risk of a coronary.
So coming back is definitely South Africa's game, and they've come back really strong here. But the game is not done. The game is really not done. There's still a prescribed 83 overs for the day. We'll be playing right up until 5:30, 6 o'clock if need be, considering the fact that we lost an hour and a half yesterday. So we still have 7 hours of cricket, 83 overs to go. So if South Africa play their cards correctly here, they can really set themselves up for a quick finish for tomorrow.
And I wonder if the South Africans get out to bowl today in these conditions. We saw it on day 2. We might not even make day 4, and that's not what we want. We want a full day of play. The West Indies really struggling in overcast conditions with wind. Dane Patterson in particular taking a liking to those conditions. But the decision to declare will be one that we'll keep an eye close on that South African dugout from where our vantage point is. We can't see into the change room, but you'll know as quickly as we do when the players decide to disembark from this voyage of the final 4-day unofficial test from Mangaung in Bloemfontein.
The thing is also here, you wouldn't be surprised if South Africa, you really wouldn't be surprised if South Africa declare.
That's short and hammered away. Good stop though. Nearly removed the head of the man under the helmet, and I'm sure he'll have a cheeky word to him and also scowl at Sinclair for bowling that short one.
There's still a young 18-year-old Johnson under that helmet. Wants to have a long career. Why are you taking his head off so young? But the man who stopped that ball was Shamar Joseph. Shamar Joseph is the main protagonist for the South Africans, who was the catalyst for those wickets falling. And here's the guy that Joshua De Silva will look to turn onto as the animations from the West Indians around the bats look to play mind games on Rohan de Swart.
Now, almost cartoon-like at forward short leg. We've got a smile on our face because we appreciate the antics from it. They're probably sniffing that the wicket may be in the offing. And marginally, there may be an opportunity for it, but De Swart seems comfortable behind the ball. He's not really troubled all that much, not kind of prodding or pushing at it. Just seems to be resolute with his defence. Crucially for Sinclair though, he's got that patch of rough outside the left-handers off stump, and that's why they might feel that there could be a wicket on offer. They feel a lot more positive when they're bowling to Rohan de Swart with the right-handed off-spin of Sinclair.
Plus that confidence of saying, I have taken your wicket out. I see that you want to play me. So let me give you the ball that's going to be playable. And that's the danger. That drivable ball will be pitching amongst that rough, which is why maybe that animation from the West Indians came through, where they're seeing, pitch, you are giving us something to work with here. But the lead is 317 going into the 45th.
And how they perhaps would have loved the leg spinner to be in the starting lineup because of that rough outside Zubair Hamza's leg stump.
And it's unfortunate because Kevin Hodge hasn't clicked with that left off spin. Could have really become something with the ball spinning into them. little puff of extra dust as well. Ball.
I think also with the wicket having had a little bit more rain on the square, it might actually also stick into the wicket, and maybe a little bit of moisture means that it sticks and doesn't quite jump out as you want, and that's when you get trapped leg before.
But ever since yesterday, Zubair Hamza looks to be in fine touch and understanding the pace of the wickets, just placing that one very calmly into the deep mid-wicket area. Remember, there's just that deep backward square we had to run across, and that's why they were able to get those 3 runs.
Well, certainly getting his mileage. His next service may be a lot closer than he would have expected.
And it is Tevin Imlak who was actually the 12th man, so he was getting his service for the past 2 days.
Until Jaden Seals disappointed his opportunity to maybe put his feet up, especially on day 1 when that heat was beating down on us, and it will once again tomorrow. It's been a strange period here for us. 2 days of glum weather, book ended by hot weather, and again that man is having to race this one down. It's almost like running consecutive 3s when you're out there in the middle. 20 or 30 meters every single delivery or every other delivery will certainly get you with the heart racing and ready to go.
That's what happens when you're the only person who's patrolling the boundary on either side. There's just the deep fine leg who's basically deep backward square on the leg side. There's that deep backward point who's on the offside. So his responsibility is to cover the entire cover boundary and to also try and cover the third man boundary on the other side. The deep fine leg will be looking to cover fine and all the mid-wicket boundary.
No easy task to try and get around here. Not that the surface isn't assisting you, but just the sheer distance to have to run from where right now the fine leg is to where Castle Corner. There's a bit of a rogue game going on here. Maybe a bit of a defiance for the surface. They're playing on the concrete steps of Castle Corner here, so maybe the bounce is a lot more true than out in the middle.
And it's been nice over the course of the 3 days where we've seen a handful of fans come through to watch the game. That is because the entrance is free here at Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. It's the city of roses. It's all about love. It's a rosy game of cricket. The weather might not be particularly rosy, but it adds a different dynamic to the game of cricket that we're watching here and how the players must apply themselves. So if you're not watching live on the stream on YouTube, might as well come to Mangaung Oval. Big grandstand, the hallmark of this wonderful stadium.
Special mention to the 2 people who spent the day right at the top of that behemoth, the concrete behemoth here off the western side of the ground. And they're back again enjoying a lovely day's cricket. Cut back in. I really thought that might have taken a bit of an edge. It's getting very dark here once again. We went off 90 minutes earlier than was scheduled for light, and I hope that neither of these 2 umpires leer over towards Masisi Campo to summon that light machine, because it is that benchmark that they take on the first opportunity that makes the difference for the remainder of the game.
Gone are the days where the umpire asks the batter, can you still see the ball? Okay, let's change you. Let's get the spin bowlers in so that you can bowl. And if the batter's okay, they want to play, they'll ask the fielders if they can still see the ball. They'll ask the captains if they are still willing to carry on playing. Those are the good old days where tactics could be taken even far beyond the game being played. But right, that has been taken away. The umpires now have full control, and because of that, there has been some games where you feel like there can be play happening, but because of the reading, it will stop whatever it happens. But it's for the safety of the players, for the safety of the game. But sometimes you wonder.
The West Indies will be wondering where their next wicket comes from as Sinclair comes over the wicket. And on the bounce to the man there under the helmet. bit of a dance in celebration. I don't quite think the rules that are being applied at Castle Corner to the row game of one-hand bounce will apply here.
Would have had another chance if that was the one, but still, I stand on my point that I made yesterday with regards to Kevin Sinclair, that you just become too unpredictable if you're going to keep using the same area to release the ball, especially if it's going to be in an unorthodox area, which is right in front of the umpire.
Gives himself some room there, does Zubair Hamza. Goes towards the leg side, but able to carve this one away. And he gets through comfortably in the end for 2. And he creeps up with that score. So, as much as we've said that lunch might be the benchmark for declaration, could Zubair Hamza's 3 figures be the benchmark for his captain to say, right, gents, we'll declare our innings closed?
If you've been watching Zubair Hamza in the red ball game, it's his 5th red ball game of the season, you will see that he is in good touch. You will see that he's playing good cricket. Just losing his wicket cheaply every here and then, aggrieved twice in this particular series. But just look at that shot. Yes, it didn't go for a run straight to 7 like at mid-off, but you see the intent behind his stroke play even in the red ball game. So when you talk about maybe the benchmark being the triple figure for Zubair Hamza, it's a feat that he's already reached this season when he was playing against the Northwest University Dragons at the Wanderers for his local team, the Lions, scoring an impressive 118 runs in partnership with Vian Mulder in that match that was a draw because of that lighting situation that we speak about. But 46 overs have been completed here. The lead is 324.
It's going to be a leering look perhaps over to the umpires, and with Arno Jacobs removing his sunglasses, maybe that's an indication of him saying that we have no guarantees, rather, eventually get there. We have no guarantees that the play will continue.
But
in
if
the
they
current light conditions.
In the current, speaking of those current light conditions, I'm just looking up in the sky, right in the middle of the pitch here, David. There's that lovely blue patch of sky that is piercing through. It's giving good lighting into the match that we're seeing, but it's slowly moving away. It continues moving away from the left to the right of your screen, but also coming in, moving away is Hakeem Jordan, making way for Shimon Lewis.
Yeah, Lewis 0 for 28 from his 5 in his first spell, and with the ball just 46 overs old, there's only one slip very wide in place for him.
And I guess you see why. Juan de Swart. He'll be looking keen to take on Shimon Lewis here. Lewis has gone for 28 runs in his 5 overs. Quite expensive in both the first and the second innings. Of course, unfortunate in that first innings after having a couple of catches dropped off his bowling, and literally a couple of catches. So here, he might be the target for both de Swart and for Hamza, which will be a big dent to the West Indies bowling lineup. Already a bowler down. You don't want to lose another one due to confidence.
He doesn't seem confident in his run up there, does Lewis? The bane of the South African fans saying get on with it, because he so many times on day one would run and pull out, and I'm surprised that he's been placed to continue at the Loch Logan, and he really has struggled with no balls and his run up rhythm not being what he wanted it to be.
And the thing is, you can hear now, ooh, just a little shy in the stumps, but they make it back home. Missed call. Johnson is not someone you want to take on the field, standing at short mid-wicket. But also, speaking of that, just going at 5.2 runs to the over in that first innings. In this particular innings, just as expensive.
Especially with the lead at what it is. West Indies A have been struggling, barring the performance of Joseph. He seems confident, does De Silva, and does his teammates in the slips, but not even the bowler was interested in that one. Nonplussed.
Exaggerated movement, pushing the ball downwards. Good take from Joshua De Silva, but he too only reacted to the appeal because of the two slip fielders which were next to him. Just planting a seed of doubt in the mind of Ruan de Swart, but that hasn't affected him even the slightest. Kevin Sinclair was all up on his business, but he continued just cashing up his books and cashing up his runs. Did Ruan de Swart, now on 33. So you can even hear now when Shimon Lewis was making those mistakes in his run-up yesterday, the West Indies would cheer him on, go, yes, let's go, boy. Today it's no longer the same. The body language is different. It's as if with every one of those, they just drop their heads a little bit more.
And again, that delivery on the hips. This time, De Swart gets a little bit on it, and it goes very fine. And that's another boundary.
You can see just off your screen, Kirk McKenzie with hands on his waist. You can see Shamar Joseph walking off your screen, who was standing at mid-off, who's also just trying to think what must happen. Team Jordan is looking up in the sky, saying nothing. Probably asking the cricket gods what more must he do to get a wicket in this particular match. Because of course, Kim Jordan has taken 9 wickets in the 2 matches that he's played so far. Would have thought that was going to continue on, especially after seeing Dane Patterson bowl the way that he's bowling. But still nothing on that W column.
Thought for a moment there that one could have popped out to square leg and he might have run upstairs at the luncheon interval to shake your hand to say thanks for that one. I'm still disappointed that I didn't get any applause or appreciation from my Dwan Olafir wicket.
They need to give you more love. Talking about class commentary and play calling.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're privileged to bring you this game. Don't forget, you can also share your thoughts with us if you feel like you're a class commentator on YouTube. We want to hear what your thoughts are. Lovely stroke, over pitched and spanked away. It's 4.
Not a good delivery at all from Shimon Lewis. Again, those boundary deliveries just creeping in. That one giving away 2 of them. Little bit of disappointment as it gives away 8 runs. Now going at 6 to the over. South Africa are just a touch at 4 to the over for their innings, leading by a mammoth 332.
Yeah, there'll be an extended session in the offing today because of the early start. And how much that will allow the West Indians to maybe build a plan, build pressure to pick up the wicket, to really just hone in on where they're going to disrupt and disturb the South Africans, because it seems all too one-directional from the momentum side of the game. Lead 3-3-2.
It really does seem like the momentum is flowing with the South Africans and flowing with Zubair Hamza, opening himself up in front of the wickets, cutting that. It was so close to his body, but not close enough. It was dispensed to the cover point boundary.
It's another boundary for Zubair Hamza. Partnership now worth 75, and he now crosses over into the 70s.
South Africa giving them a strong chance to win this match for themselves.
And he gives himself a strong chance to repeat that one, as he gives himself room through the leg side and hits this one through the offside, and they come back for 2. So just confident from Zubair Hamza. He goes to 74 now, partnership 77, and the score 190 for 4. Sinclair suggesting that the current plan of action is not working, and so he'll change his mind and come round.
Much better idea. He's been bowling the same way for the past 15 overs. And also now with Zubair Hamza being more comfortable and opening up himself, tightening that angle by coming around the wicket, squeezing it on the leg side. watch out for the lap or sweep shot.
Well, there it is. It's gone high in the air. There's a man running around, but I don't think he's going to get it there. On the bounce. And over the rope for 4.
Easy pickings for Zubair Hamza. Knows how to take his bowler on. He seems incredibly unfazed. He can be such a terrifying batter to bowl to and to face when he has his groove going, because he's a complete player, Zubair Hamza. People really don't understand. You'd look at him and think, oh, he's one of those defensive types of players. But he's incredibly complete. Striking at over 80 to the 100 balls.
And almost a duplicate shot. This time, more of a controlled sweep. And he'll get only 1 for it.
I still believe for Kevin Sinclair, by bowling to Hamza, the best thing he can do is to come over the wickets and bowl wide off the stumps and sharpen the angle into his wicket, and then play around with the pace, play around with your lengths, because every time Zubair Hamza will feel like he's at risk. And also because of that, with every ball coming straight to the middle stump, you eventually know, okay, let me just close off the face of the bat, let me pedal on to the leg, to the square leg, let me take a 1, okay, let me just go down on one knee, let me take it to the top. When you come wide off the wickets, that ball might hit your off stump, it might miss your off stump. It's much more harder to take from your off stump to the leg stump. So I think that idea from Sinclair should be there, but that's why you need a much more experienced leader in this bowling attack to just play around with your different ideas.
And with the experience that Jaden Seals has had, you might make an argument that he would be able to assist at mid-off or mid-on. But the responsibility is squarely on Joseph, with De Silva not really guiding his men, as we saw Neil Brunt do in the first innings. Perhaps not as easy when you've got the gloves on behind the stumps.
Also not as easy when you have 340 or 100 when you have 140 as a lead to start off the innings. It's not easy as well when you've lost your main strike bowler, whom you believed was going to take the wickets for you, and who he believed was going to take wickets for you as well. And also the fact, what we were speaking about yesterday, that if you're not performing with the bat as the captain of the team, and you also have to perform with the gloves behind the wickets, and your team is not high in morale, the job becomes 10 times harder.
Yeah, really compounding the struggles for the West Indian A captain, but also compounding lessons. And how do you respond, and how do you react, and what do you take of it? Just a slight shift in direction of thought of the Western concrete behemoth that I mentioned is another behemoth of grey clouds that are skulking around. We've had you'll note once or twice light flashing through the clouds, peeking through a gap, but at the moment our colleagues in county cricket will feel right at home in these conditions.
That little patch of blue sky has now passed the stadium, and what's replacing it is that dark cloud cover. And of course, that player in the county championship, being David Beddingham, plays for Durham, and for Notts is Dane Patterson, both for South Africa. Jaden Seals was going to play for Surrey. Surrey were the eventual champions of the County Division 1. Very kind messenger from yesterday, or from day one, reminding us that the County Championship is actually 10 teams who play 14 times. It was a mathematical mind boggler for me. But they'll definitely feel at home here. That's why you keep mentioning the fact of Dane Patterson was going to become a danger, is going to be accurate, and most likely going to take wickets.
Is Dwan Olivier also spending some time in the United Kingdom? At one point was at risk of a coal pack. And there was those probing media questions. Will you play for South Africa? Will you play for England?
And also that was just straight after his his breakthrough with a barrage of 145 or 90 mile per hour short bullets to the subcontinent teams who toured South Africa during that time, tortured them.
It was also then that Zubair Hamza got his debut. So the two of them coming together in that game against Pakistan in 2019, I believe. It was January of 2019 at the Wanderers. It's also when I began my commentary journey. It was my first test match all those years ago on digital radio.
Time flies, just like it does now. We've already seen 90 minutes of the games played. It's 11 o'clock South African time. Still have one more hour in the session. You still have many more hours behind the mic when you started in Zubair Hamza's first match. It's 195 for the loss of 4. That lead is 343.
So Zubair Hamza now, you could say, are kindred spirits in some way. I didn't have a break away from the game as he did. No break here as Rwanda Swart has absolutely middled that one through the square leg region for 4.
Unforgiving. Both of the passes now really found their stride. Rwanda Swart moving to 45 runs. Dare we say, even he too, if he gets his strides going at a quick notch, can smell the price of triple figures. Still an hour of plays going, 15 overs is the possibility that we're going to get. So maybe these two will really look to take the charge to the West Indians as they already have.
347 the lead now. De Swart on 45. So we might see 2 opportunities for a milestone. Punches this with great confidence. Lovely stroke. Like butter on hot toast. 4 runs.
That is ridiculously exquisite from Rwanda Swart, and what a stylish way to bring up that 200 for South Africa. Not even moving his feet too much. Normally you want to gain momentum by dancing down the track. No, pushing that front foot, pushing that bat through the line and through the pitch of the ball. What exquisite placement as well as it runs to the cover boundary, through short extra cover and through the cover sweeper.
The lead now 350. Boy, oh boy. Does it compound and heap misery upon West Indies, eh? Nobody able to stem the flow of runs, to cut off the bleeding.
They had set them a target of 442 in East London. Here it looks very much like we might be getting to that very same target if South Africa continue playing in this right and continue getting to the lunch session. But that rain, David, that rain is starting to show its nasty hand here.
Yeah, a couple of drops beginning to fall upon our window pane. So perhaps South Africa might put their foot on the gas.
And that putting that foot on the gas might create the opportunities that the West Indies are searching for. But in those opportunities coming, the damage has already been done by the South Africans. It was done in the second innings by them, the West Indians, failing to reach a very competitive score and gifting South Africa 144 runs to start off this second session of theirs, or second innings of theirs. This lead now at 351. Even a declaration now from the South Africans will put strain on the West Indians. Batting in the fourth innings here at Mangaung Oval yields an average of 149 runs. The lead is more than double that.
Lewis to begin his 8th. 0 for 36 from his 7. He comes over the wicket to Zubair Hamza. Thought about setting off for a quick one. Rwanda Swart perhaps thinking it best not to engage. 79 he's on at the moment. This partnership crawling towards that 100 mark. So cast your mind back, if you will, to where South Africa A were at the same time, 113 for 4, when these two, and if these two get that triple figure partnership, and how they've come together to shift the tide.
It's the fact that it started last night, or just before, not even last night, we didn't even get to the evening. It started late afternoon yesterday with the lights going down, the wind becoming stronger as it throws bottles around here as well, because it continues to day 2. So them coming together during that time where everything was just rough, and now they are putting their work in order. They've survived the tough starts the first hour. Now the runs are flowing much more easier.
It looked like a free-flowing shot, but not able to pierce the field. He's not really had all that much trouble, Zubair Hamza, with where he wants to place the ball and to try and put pressure on the South Africans, or rather for the South Africans. 90 this partnership now. They're going at 40 the over. So South Africa in this game really motoring along. And you could see that evidenced in the run rate in which the West Indies batters were batting at 2.6. Oh, that's through the hands. It's such a simple fielding stop, even throughout the old long barrier. And as much as he's wringing his hands to say that that hurt, probably not acceptable.
It was not going to hurt if it had landed in the middle of the hands. However, that little bobble that happens in the square of the pitch, you can see there's still strips to where Johnson is standing, do make it hard for you to control the ball. Plus, the ball comes surprisingly quicker through the square than what you'd expect from the outfield. But you still want to stop those runs. That's why you have the man there, and that's why the ball is played there. That's why the ball is bowled in order to be played there, because the ball must be stopped. Just being one of the few plights in West Indies A's fielding and bowling performance is giving away those few extra runs with fumbles.
Yeah, you mentioned yesterday about the fact that while it may not be an extra on the scorecard, it certainly is extra runs for free. And we saw in particular 5 runs being awarded because they ran the first one, and in attempting the first one there was 4 overthrows that were gifted to the South African A team.
Two fielders were behind the stumps, and neither of them backing up the shy at the stumps, running down for 4 runs. How those small things make the team rise up and go, yes, clap their hands and give confidence to the bowler.
Hitting the thigh pad there, and De Swart having a wild swish rather, at the stumps. I think if he'd hit his wickets there, I think there would be a lot of expletives and foul-mouthed language from both himself and perhaps from the coaching staff as well.
As a West Indian, I would appeal. At this moment in time, the wicket could come anyway.
Yeah. Can you imagine, though, had he swiped like that, the wind blew and the bail came off? There's no opportunity for a referral here, a replay, none of that. And the angle that we have is just straight on. So that could have been a moment of great shame for him.
But he needs to calm down. He is on 49 runs. He's played well for his 50. He has 2 scores of 40 in the series so far, does run De Swart. He'll want to convert one of those into 50. And once he does, of course, his batting average remains the same. It won't drop down. He does average 50.1 runs to the innings for his first-class career. And now, Kevin Hodge, looking to see if the change to the part-timer might break the concentration of this partnership, with the lead at 352 and it on 91.
And still an hour before we have lunch. It's 2.5 hours this morning of play before we get things underway. He begins a new over.
His role is going to be very important here, Kevin Hodge, because they need someone who's going to just maintain one end and not be taken off and taken around the ground here at Mangaung. And with the ball keeping low every now and then, that's going to count for something.
Yeah, especially when, excuse me, especially when the left arm spin could prove so valuable. I'm surprised he's not coming around the wicket. Maybe just toss it up outside that leg stump. You've got the protection of the man out there on the mid-wicket boundary. Maybe there's just not enough yet for him to feel confident.
For now, what's good is that Kevin Hodge is landing the ball where he wants to land it. Zubair Hamza's not getting the freebies that he might have thought he might get.
That is the bit of a freebie though, as that one's just pushed away too long on. And I wonder how Hodge will feel now that he comes round the wicket to the left-hander with those balls spinning into De Swart's body, and a rough on offer for him. Not a wide one, but certainly something that may assist the left arm off spinner. Not if you're bowling at that length, unfortunately.
Looking to hit the deck hard is Kevin Hodge. Dragging it back just a little bit because those rough patches are very, very full. But because of the extended session that we have, we will be having yet another drinks break because we've completed yet another 50 minutes of play. It's 11-11. Everything is aligned for the South Africans to keep pushing the score. The West Indians, having lost Jaden Seals in day one, have a short order in their bowling lineup. So Joseph is the main culprit of taking 4 wickets, but none today. 205 for 4 with the lead on 353 with the players taking a drink.
with that drink of water. We are once again back with you, trying to avoid the water coming from the sky. It's very gloomy here at the Mangaung Oval. Fortunately, light has not been the bane of our existence, because Zubair Hamza and Ron de Swart have put together 92. Gets on top of that one. It doesn't get anything for it. 49 for Ron de Swart. Much better than his first innings performance.
Much better. And in the first innings, you can't take too much away, because he was looking to score, he was looking to be positive, as was all the South African batters. But the problem was that their stroke play was just a little bit too adventurous for the South Africans, and it cost them very light and easy, cheap wickets. But this time, like you're saying, David, really putting a masterclass together.
Much more resolute in their approach. And it can be the trick that when you do have such a lead like the South Africans do, 353 at the moment, that you want to be on with it. You want to really just accelerate. And that hasn't been the case for these two. They've come out and batted properly. De Swart's having a chat with the man at mid-on. I don't know how friendly that conversation is. And perhaps the man at mid-on, knowing that De Swart is just one away from a milestone, perhaps maybe playing into his mind.
And the man who is playing those mind games with Ron de Swart is a man not so far off from his own milestone as well. Shamar Joseph is on 4 wickets from 47. Those 4 wickets are all the 4 wickets that the West Indians have so far, so it'll be interesting. He should get a couple of runs before the lunch interval. West Indies have been fortunate enough to just be able to get a wicket just before the end of the session. And how bigger it will be when it's breaking one of these two stay at the crease. The weather is becoming a little bit more worse. The cloud cover is becoming more denser. We did expect that wind will be here, and it has been throughout the whole day, and it has cooled down. The wind is not as gustly as it is anymore, but the problem is those rain clouds just hover above us. For what it's worth, we weren't even expecting to get a session's worth of play, waking up in the morning the way it was last night when we were doing the weather reports prior to coming to Bloemfontein.
Yeah, it was almost as if, that moment where you imagine a Bugs Bunny cartoon where he drops cymbals in the orchestra, or throws the drum kit away. That's exactly what it felt like last night, lightning striking in our very neighborhood.
I was looking to see where you're going to take this drum kit and cymbals analogy, but it definitely sounded like that. And all the corrugated iron in the area, the trees, it was a lot. Even had us heard the story of the man being struck by the houses being struck by lightning.
One of the scorers here at the Mangaung Oval just showing us a satellite image of where 2 lightning strikes happened last night, and on either side of his house, good protection, guardian angels looking out for him there, and perhaps his neighbors are doing shifty things. We'll never know. Maybe they don't watch cricket. Must be the case. Absolutely crunched that away. The man at mid-wicket looked like a bit of a cartoon character. Just, when that moment comes, the smoke is still there, but that person's well gone. That ball had already left.
It's exactly like that. It left a trail on the grass at Mangaung Oval. Such was the power of Zubair Hamza. You were speaking about his ability on the square and on that pull shot. And you know that a player is in full control of his pull shot if he can pull it in front of square with that much authority. When you rushed, you hit the ball a little bit later than what you want to, and therefore the ball goes behind you. But when you are in full control and charging forward, you can hit the ball right in front of your eye line and direct it much more properly to wherever you want it to go. Zubair Hamza sending that in front of square. The lead, 357.
The misery continuing for West Indies, eh? Kevin Hodge will continue from the pavilion end. Slip in place. A deep mid-wicket, long off and long on. And a sweeper through the covers. We're not so heavily invested in the field placings, but rather Rowan de Swart, who's on 49. Just bunts this down the ground, and that's a well-earned 50 from Rowan de Swart. Really disappointed with himself in the first innings. Didn't get anywhere close to what he expects of himself, and today he's come to the fore with the bat.
This is Rowan de Swart. Coming from the Dolphins, going to the Northwest Dragons. He has just been phenomenal in his first-class career. A proper all-rounder is de Swart, and he's been playing his shots freely, taking him 84 deliveries to reach his half-century. Zubair Hamza is on 85 runs.
Yeah, not far away from his own milestone. 3 away from the 100 partnership here.
A lot of discussion about when the declaration is going to be coming in the comments section. People are saying, well, you know, after Hamza gets his century, maybe they're going to say bye-bye to the innings.
The concern I have is that if the declaration does come at around 12 o'clock, we might not get on for a while. If you have your weather app, maybe just search for the city of Bloemfontein, Bloemfontein. For those who are not from South Africa, you'll see weather falling predicted. But boy, oh boy, Rowan de Swart's not going to fall. It is a delivery like that.
Cricket Fanatics magazine telling us that this is the Rowan de Swart that we've been waiting for. And this is the partnership that South Africa has also been waiting for, as Hamza and de Swart bring up their 100 partnership. Only 2 extras in their build-up, so Hamza has contributed 46. De Swart has contributed 54, so an equal standing, equal problems for the West Indians. And Rowan de Swart really getting into his money.
It's a duplicate shot that got him to his 50. 100 partnership, 50 for him. And unfortunately for Zubair Hamza, it's Rowan de Swart that collects the strike. And Hodge is disappointed with himself, just slapping his wide brim against his thigh, knowing that he should and could do so much better.
Gifting a couple of runs there for that over. It's Kevin Hodge giving away 7 to be exact. Not an easy one for the spinner. There's a lot of work as a spin bowler, especially if you're a part-time spin bowler, when you have 2 batters who are this well set, and especially if you're a part-time spin bowler who has to bowl to a well set left and right combination. There's so much work and so much change in angles and areas that you must bowl to. The moment you don't get that right, that's where that delivery or boundary scoring delivery just creeps up and pops up.
Knowing that the South Africans would have seen the part-time off spinner as an opportunity to really hammer away at this lead. Already a mammoth 364, a new over to begin. And that's another confident stroke from de Swart. He runs to the non-striker's end, and that throw had everybody gasping for air, just holding it in there.
It's a sharp arm from Shamar Joseph rather. That's the arm that delivers 140 kilometers to the hour deliveries. Just stretching his shoulder, seems like he might have done something to it. The last thing that the West Indians need is losing their strike bowler for this innings, who's taken 4 after losing Jaden Seals in the very same position on this very same part of the body, which is the right shoulder. You just see him working it there, Shamar Joseph. On top of that, he uses a lot of that arm and shoulder in his bowling because he is that side-on bowler, to bring that arm across. So hopefully he hasn't done a doozy on himself.
That one just held up in the wicket there. Zubair Hamza looking to pull that with force. We saw it earlier from him, but this one not quite coming onto the batter's confidently as he would have wanted. The bounce has been somewhat inconsistent at times, at least from our end at the pavilion end, but from the Loch Logan end, it's really just held up sometimes, and which is great if you want to hit a spinner with a short delivery, but sometimes those fast bowlers really throw their back out here trying to bend. Nearly picked up the leg stump there of Zubair Hamza. Not quite sure what he was hoping for, but when you're on 86, why not?
That looked a little bit closer than what we might have thought from our angle, because Zubair Hamza did show a bit of his middle stump and a bit of his leg stump as well as he walked across. It's a good adjustment from Shimon Lewis, who was looking for that leg stump. Zubair Hamza's bat was never getting there.
Every day of the week, you would have thought that would produce a wicket. And the lead now, every day of the year, 365. Slashed away. There's protection out there, so there's one on offer. And this partnership creeping along. The rotation of strike, I said it early on in their partnership that left and right will be of great value to South Africa, and with West Indies struggling as they have to be consistent with their lines and lengths, it has allowed these two to just settle in nicely, comfortably, as if it were a lazy afternoon in the armchair.
It really does feel like it. Just taking their time, enjoying their day out at the park. Well, enjoying their time out at the Oval, rather. And I like this move now from Lewis. I would have wanted him to do it earlier, coming around the wicket, get that ball coming into Ruan de Swart. We saw a little bit of problems with Jamal Joseph doing that to him. Be interesting to see if Lewis can extract something from that area.
And there's no trouble there. Ruan de Swart given a freebie and just a short arm jab to the square leg boundary is 4 runs.
That's the last thing you want to do coming in that. The ball's already coming into the left-hander. You don't want to drop it short. There, the length was the problem for Shimon Lewis. The idea is there. So he's going to need to readjust himself. But because of that shot, Joshua De Silva offers more protection on the leg side. Deep square leg now is in place for that pull shot. Deep fine leg. They reinforce it even further on the leg side. Deep square leg and a mid-wicket now is in place.
In addition to fine leg, that short ball may still yet appear its head. Or show its head. That's almost a Chinese cut that time. Inside edge, narrowly missing the stumps. And good awareness there by Joshua De Silva to stop things in their tracks. It is the end of the over. 55 gone. It's double Nelson for 4.
Good work here from the South Africans. Good work from Zubair Hamza and Ruan de Swart. Giving nothing away, quite literally. Not a chance of a dropped catch. Not a chance of a big appeal that we might say, oh my god, maybe there was a questionable decision. Not a chance of a run out anywhere. Well, not a chance of a timed out because no one has lost their wicket. So literally, this partnership has been rock solid for the South Africans right in the middle of the batting order.
Speaking of batting in the middle of the order and timed out, how unfortunate the incident involving Angelo Matthews in the recently completed ICC Men's Cricket World Cup. The first time that it's ever happened in that level of game or level of cricket.
Never in international cricket, ever.
But there is a reason why there are 10 modes of dismissal. And if it's not meant to be used, well, perhaps you can share your thoughts with us. It's almost like those questions from school. Motivate your answer for 3 marks.
Because really now, the West Indians should be looking at anything to take a wicket. Anything. Because here some of the players, even in the fielding team, are just thinking, when are they going to declare? When are they going to declare? Because you can sniff a wicket sometimes, you can smell it coming. Here, it just smells like runs.
Or rain, if you're a West Indian, perhaps to take you out of your misery. Unfortunately, tomorrow's forecast really doesn't look like they'll be saved by rain. 33 degrees, 4% chance of rain. Comparatively, midday today, looking like 92%. Short and absolutely creamed out there, but thankfully, with that protection in the deep, there's only one.
Protection coming when both batters are batting, actually. Long on and long off have been put into place. Square leg or deep mid wicket and deep cover point is also put in place. So 4 fielders out in front of the V for the South African batters.
Unconventional. They've got a very straight mid on and a mid wicket in the ring, a mid wicket on the boundary, deep backward square leg, long on, long off, deep extra cover. And innovation is exactly what Zubair Hamza's done. He just gets on his knee and ramps it away down to fine leg. And the aforementioned deep square, Johnson doing the work. And that'll be the end of the over. 56 gone. It's 226 for 4.
Hamza might have been looking to get that one a little bit finer than what he had gotten it, because there's a big area with your deep fine leg being a little bit squarer than what you'd think. Just getting 2 runs. Also, must be careful because that's how he lost his wicket against Kevin Sinclair in the first match in Benoni. Looking for that pedal sweep, just missing the ball, losing his wicket for 30. But he has tripled that particular score. Now sitting on 90. It's taken him 127 deliveries to accumulate that score, with the lead now on 374.
Change of bowling as well for the West Indies from the Loch Logan, and he'll come around the wicket, Will Joseph. He's already picked up 4 wickets, and there was a conversation before De Swart got to his 50. So this contest between these two begs for something to happen. If you're going to chirp, you've got to back it up.
Straight on the bat, coming around the wickets. I like this from Shamar Joseph. He must continue operating in that area. That wicket might come, but too defensive from Joshua De Silva. You're bringing in your strike bowler who has been the most menacing. You want you to back him up just a little bit. Don't mind him losing a couple of runs if you assess how those runs are scored. But get a man here who's going to be an attacking option.
Yeah, especially since the man who's taken all the wickets for you is now having to deal with 5 men outside the ring. I understand that the lead is 374, but you want wickets. Down the leg side, and stifled thought of an appeal.
And the thing is, as Joshua De Silva, you wouldn't call in your strike bowler just before the end of the session to hold up an end or to stem the run flow. You might as well carry on bowling a Shaman Lewis. You might as well continue bowling a Sinclair and a Hodge in either end with the spin. You're bringing in Shamar Joseph to create damage. There's no damage that's going to be created if you don't have, for instance, a short extra cover. Someone who's looking to attack and score runs. There's absolutely nothing.
Trying to give himself some room for errors. That one gets him a freebie for the South African A. It's the second wide in this game thus far. Over the top of the bounce of the head of the batsman. We had quite a long conversation about no balls and wides. You can check that one out yesterday on day 2 of this 4-day test, unofficial test between South Africa A and West Indies A. Monday morning we will be in Potchefstroom as South Africa A play host to the West Indies A at the Northwest University Oval. Confident stroke here, and like somebody who made sure they got it all this morning, Ron De Swart, confident stroke here and able to just amble through for 3 runs Wonderful stuff there. Good running from these two.
It's always been the case, and you can see now the energy from the West Indians as well, not matching up. They just strolling to go collect that ball at the deep. Even the fans now who are watching at the embankment who've joined us at Mangaung Oval are watching this procession happen as Zubair Hamza is on 90 runs. South Africa nearing that 400 run lead, and with 23 minutes to go until the end of the session.
The question I want to ask of Joshua De Silva as there's changes in the field. There is, we'll paint it for you. It's mid-off, deep point, nobody in the covers. Gully, third man. On the leg side, there's a mid-wicket who does the collection there. Fine leg, deep square leg, and deep mid-wicket.
Wonder what the plans are here to get these players out. Yes, you can definitely defend the runs. Defending the runs is easy if you can put the people out on the boundaries, but it's a different thing when it just feels like you're bowling for the sake of bowling and just completing an over. It's just so hard to see where the wicket is going to come here. There's a wide gully, there's a mid wicket, there's a deep mid wicket. That's not going to be the one.
Yeah, shouting catch there to Joshua De Silva. And Rowan de Swart, as you can see on your screen, just leering down at his hip. And if there is to be a wicket here, my spidey sense tingles that the declaration will come almost immediately. 379 the lead. Still 20 minutes before lunch. And either Zubair Hamza, lunch, or a wicket could force the end of the South African innings.
In all fairness, 36 is not too far off in 20 minutes as well. So in essence, both these batters need 35 runs. Need 35 runs in order for them to bring up their respective centuries in total. Rowan de Swart needing that 35. Hamza needing 9, so that is what, 44 runs in 20 minutes?
The Swart's 100? Isn't that a bit of a leer for where you want to be? Hodge to continue, long on, long off, deep cover, deep point, and deep cover fielder as well.
If De Swart plays De Swart cricket, that smash the ball and plays with a little bit more freedom and attacks, 35 is far. But if he wants it, you want it, but it's the likelihood.
His partner is 9 runs away. If he's going to do it, it has to be this over against Hodge. Well, it's not quite the way to start. He'll get 1 for it and then sit for 5 balls at the other end. And perhaps he was being maybe benevolent in wanting Zubair Hamza to get 100.
Would you want to declare 15 minutes before the session, say Zubair Hamza gets his 100 in this over, and come back for 2 overs? Makes no...
No, leave it for lunch.
Might as well.
Hammered away onto the onside. In between, oh no, I thought for a moment it was in between the man at square leg and mid-wicket, because the man at mid-wicket didn't seem interested in it. Nevertheless, he's on to 92.
So the expectation is South Africa to bat until the end of this particular session. The wind is coming back. The light has remained consistent. The scoring rates for the South Africans equally consistent as well.
382 the lead now. Floated up short and wide, hammered away to that offside region, but there is protection down there, and so South Africa, between these two, have put 122 on the board But to keep that 4 runs to the over a reality, they've rotated nicely in this over, 3 runs coming from it.
And it becomes easier when there's so many gaps around the field as well. Long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. So all those inner ring positions that are not filled will give those singles.
They know exactly what Zubair Hamza wants. He wants to hit it through the covers. He's not going to get it. It's the end of the 6th Hodge over. He's got 29 under his name, but no wicket as yet. 58 gone, 235 for 4.
That lead at 388 just looks like a score that West Indies must try and survive through. The likelihood of it being chased down at this level is very low. However, it's not impossible with some ridiculous batting where the West Indians will have to bat literally out of their skin and push out their best innings in quite a while.
The question not only is will West Indies be able to score it, but will South Africa be able to take 10 wickets if the rain does come and like a dog that is very loving, it's just lurking wherever we go. Whether the South Africans will be able to, 1, get bowling today, and 2, be able to take all the wickets before the conclusion of tomorrow's play remains yet to be seen.
You have to use all of the advantages that they're going to get if they are going to declare. Rain is expected to fall at 3 p.m. local time, so that's 3 hours away. Shamar Joseph now has been given the privilege of a slip, though single. He's wide. It's Kevin Hodge standing at slip next to Hakeem Jordan, who's standing at gully. So at least there's something here for Shamar Joseph to bowl to.
Long conversation between the man at D point and the 12th man. Perhaps seeing where there may be potholes when they go out to bat eventually, and maybe a discussion of when declaration may be forthcoming. Pulled away to the onside, he'll get just 1 for it, and again Zubair Hamza has an opportunity to eke towards that milestone. 92 now, having scored it off 131 deliveries.
Well, Zubair Hamza, it's not like he's foreign to being in the 90s throughout his career. Has a total of 15 first-class centuries. So he's been in this position 15 times previously, arguably more with the 29 50s, which he wasn't able to convert. So he'll be looking to use the experience of all of the work that he's put in throughout his career to convert this one, because 100-year may be big news, securing your spots back into the South African team down in New Zealand.
And especially in the conditions that they've faced here, it's been a challenge for them with the bat. It's not necessarily been the easiest strip to bat on. The surface is degraded as the time has gone on, and with the fluctuating weather conditions, hot, still and humid on day 1 and projected for day 4, and then day 2 and 3 have been gloomy and overcast and windy.
Switches his angles now towards Ron de Swart. Coming over the wicket is Joseph. Still a little bit straight though. The ball is definitely doing nothing for them now. It's just coming onto the bat, and whatever Hamza and de Swart want to do, they do it. They've been doing it for 125 runs. They've been doing it since the start of today's play. They've been doing it to take this lead up to an impressive 386 runs.
Just 1 session thus far in the day's play, and Neil Brown Brunt, I'm sure, will be having a conversation with some of the locals to see what the possibility of rain is, how correct the app suggesting what the weather may be like. Oh, and the ball's just bobbled out of his hand.
Talk about gale force winds. Pushing the ball out of his hand as he's running in. Shamar Joseph, of course, it's not the case. Just losing the grip in his hand. Of course, when it comes to times like these, when the ball is doing nothing, the grip of how you hold the ball becomes so important, because that's where you try different things. Across the seam, holding it with a high in swing, high away swing.
The conspiracy theorist in me wants to say that he's trying to mess with Zubair Hamza. Zubair Hamza on 93, and just the conspiracy theorist just says maybe he's done that intentionally, just to try and unsettle Zubair Hamza, but I think it's going to take a little bit more than that.
If you've been betting there for 133 deliveries, you're going to have to do a little bit more. There's 12 minutes to go until the end of the session. It seems like the West Indians have clawed the runs back throughout these past 30 minutes. They continue clawing them back slowly and slowly as the over comes to an end from Joseph. Just gives away 3 singles for that particular one. Hamza is on 93. De Swart is on 69. The lead remains on 386.
Persisting with Hodge, 29 from his 6 overs, and persisting with a way in which they might prize out a wicket here. As you said, not long now until that luncheon interval, and with the rough outside the left-hander's eye line, it may yet yield a wicket, although there's nothing really menacing from Kevin Hodge.
Nothing at all. And that's the length he wants to operate on, or just a touch fuller than that, which is a touch shorter than that rough area that he wants.
Slapped away. He wants 2 immediately, and as Zubair Hamza, I'd probably immediately decline it, and he's done that. He's on 70. I think if De Swart wants to catch up with Zubair Hamza and get there before he does, he's maybe got to let loose a little bit. But like I said, when that wicket, or if that wicket does fall before one of the 3 intervals suggested, we will yet have a declaration. Dot ball there. And how crucial will that dot ball be in the context of building some pressure? And that's what's been lacking somewhat, is consistent pressure with dot balls.
Also, a very quiet fielding unit in this innings, the West Indians. Of course, when you bat well, you translate all of that energy into your fielding. You translate that energy into your bowlers. But now when that's not performing, and then the other team's batting shows up, it demoralizes the team just a little bit. And Kevin Hodge still continuing with his work here. West Indies have used 24 overs of spin, 17 going to Sinclair, the last ball of Hodge's 7th. And in the same line of work, South Africa used 0, with all of their bowlers getting a wicket each. Patterson getting 4, Donald Olafia getting 1, Viljoen getting 2, and the rest of the bowlers getting 1. Neil Brunt wasn't used in that first innings, just like Kevin Hodge is used here. Maybe it will be interesting to see if he can give himself more of the ball with those patches really starting to come to life, and with them expected to dry up even further with the sun that will be coming on Friday.
Surprisingly, because of Sinclair's fifer in the first innings, not that we can equate the two as bowlers. Neil Brunt more of a part-time off-spinner, whereas Sinclair is selected more as a specialist in that field. Very wide slip and a gully here. 94 for Zubair Hamza. 244 in the lead, 388. That is a sumptuous, delectable, delicious drive. He's going to have to work hard here to rein this one in. He's not going to do it. And that takes Zubi Hamza to 98.
10 overs in the legs of Shimon Lewis that he bowled back to back to back to back. And driven on the up as well from Zubair Hamza. Difficult thing to do, to keep the ball down, driving it from that height. But when you have a driving license that is 136 balls old, that one becomes much more easier to do. Glorious shot. It's 2 runs away. And from that shot earlier on, Shamar Joseph was getting those to nip away and trouble the outside edge. But this time, it's just coming in nice and straight.
Much better delivery there from Joseph. Much more honed in on where his lines and lengths need to be. It popped up on the offside and so nearly could have produced the wicket that they've been desperate for. He tried to tuck that away down to the fine leg, but the leading edge was forthcoming.
It would have been such a soft dismissal for what has been a brilliant innings from Zubair Hamza. Just looking to tuck that ball a little bit away, but we've been talking about the stickiness of the surface that might come through, and that just popped up a little bit. Lucky enough, not enough legs to reach Shander Paul, but there's a big gap down on the leg side that he's trying to exploit.
Ducks under that one. He's not going to go down without a fight, is Joseph. He's got the 4 wickets this morning. And Zubair Hamza will be patient enough that he won't worry about the gamesmanship that will come from Joseph.
Of course, you can see the variations of the deliveries being put on forth here by Joseph. No bowler wants a milestone being scored off his bowling, especially one that is as big as 100. And especially if you're the bowler who's been bowling as well as Joseph has.
Outside edge, and it's a drop catch. 98, Zubair Hamza gets the edge. Joshua De Silva goes across the slip that was very wide, and he's dropped it.
Oh, heartbreak. Joseph has been working so hard for all of those. Joshua De Silva diving to his right. The slip diving to his left. Exactly where first slip would have been. That ball has been put down. Joshua De Silva drops his second catch of the series. That one will definitely hurt, but Zubair Hamza lives to see another day and he can breathe a little bit.
As they've often said, it's the nervous 90s, and it is in this moment that Zubair Hamza will want to recollect his thoughts. Rwanda Swart just saying to him, "You've got this. Take a deep breath." Lewis again pulling out. Oh, it's rather Joseph this time who pulls out midway through the run-up, and I wonder if my conspiracy theory from earlier is happening once again. It's Hamza on 98. Tucks this away down fine. They're going to run hard here. Look for the second. He gets one. Touches down. Comes back for the second. Zubair Hamza. A 16th test. Oh, unofficial test 100. But this is a 16th first class 100. 142 deliveries.
Zubair Hamza at his best. 142 balls it took. And you saw Rwanda Swart being more excited for his batter than Hamza was. And the thing is, Rwanda Swart has had the first class seats to both Keegan Peterson's 100 in East London. You saw him cheering him on. And now he's doing the same thing for Zubair Hamza. So if you want 100, bat with Rwanda Swart. Takes him 142 deliveries. And what a masterful one it has been.
Yeah, a lot of hard work being put into his game since returning from that time away from the game, that sabbatical, if you will, and he knew exactly what he wanted.
That makes it his second century rather, in first-class cricket this season. Makes it his third century in the year, scoring a beautiful 129 runs whilst he was playing for the Western Province against the Lions back in February, and then started again this season, scoring 118 versus the Northwest. That was after 61 that he scored against Western Province. So the man is in fine form. A series of 30s in this series has now been consolidated with a magnificent 100.
And especially after the way in which he was dismissed in the first innings, felt hard done by an umpiring decision, and he's vindicated. Almost felt like he could have gone on to get 100 in the first innings, never mind this innings, but he's done the job for his side in the lead 394.
Zubair Hamza looked like he could get 100 in any innings that he's played in this year in particular, to be very honest. Had the pleasure to watch him in all of those innings that he's batted. Just looked stunning.
And he was nearly stunned. Just two runs before his 100. A dropped catch. The misery on the face of the West Indians is self-evident. Shout from Hodge, well outside the line of off stump, and he's offered a shot as well. I don't think Kevin Hodge can be too upset with umpire Arno Jacobs there.
Just trying to get into the head of umpire Jacobs, but umpire is not having any of it. There's just one more minute until the end of the session. Here we see Rohan de Swart doing as much as he can to ensure that we don't get that extra over coming in, fixing his shoes. It's going to be time for him to put on his gloves. He's going to fit his helmet. He's going to just reassess his guard again one more time, scratch his crease, and then starts playing again.
He bowled it quicker, that one, and shorter, trying to rush de Swart. And just 2 balls left in this over. Really was taking his time, de Swart. And as we clock over to 12 o'clock here at the ground. So,
in all the madness, wouldn't you come back for 15 more minutes, say Rohan? Do best. It's a mind game as well, because the West Indies will be going in for 40 minutes thinking, okay, it's time for us to prep ourselves to bat, and all of a sudden they need to continue with their work of bowling, and then they don't get a wicket, and now they must come in and bat as well with 2 centurions in their opposition.
just pushes this down the ground. And it's a matter of process as this one is returned to bowler Kevin Hodge. He returns the jersey, does umpire Arno Jacobs, retrieves the ball, and that is it. A fist bump between Hodge and Zubair Hamza.
35 runs in this inning, in this particular session. 35 overs in the session, because we did start early. Starting the day at 104 for 3, we have seen 144 runs being scored in those 30 overs. South Africa batting at over 4 runs to the over in this particular session. The most important thing here, David, will be the fact that the players who walked in with their bats are the same players who are walking out with their bats.
The end of the session was a long one, having started at 9:30. 248 for 4, 62 overs gone, and we are going to have a spot of lunch, and perhaps congratulations will be sent down to Zubair Hamza from the commentary box. But thank you for sticking around with us.
Indeed, thank you. And indeed, David, it seems like we need that lunch, because we missed the wicket of Kaya Zondo on my side, losing his wicket for 31 runs. But that's how good this partnership has been between Hamza and Rohan de Swart. What, 135 runs? It seems like they've been batting the whole day. Will they continue doing so? Will South Africa continue scoring? It's 248 on the board. The lead is 396. We'll see you at the turn of 40 minutes when we see session 2 of day 3 of this, the third unofficial test match. Ladies and gentlemen, to you, wherever you are in the world, if you've just woke up in the Caribbean, if you've just returned from work, if you are in South Africa, and if you are ready to go sleep, if you are further down under, we welcome you here at the beautiful Bloemfontein Mangaung Oval. After a long pause because of the rain delay, we return with South Africa, still with bats in hand, and Zubair Hamza, after scoring a magnificent century, is on 101 not out. By his side is Ruan de Swart, who has also been magnificent, scoring 71 from 111 deliveries. But it's that lead of 396 and breaking and unpacking this innings and this entire match down with me. Pendulo Makubane is my partner in crime, or my partner in all things good, rather, David Midgley.
Yeah, absolutely thrilled to be back on the park. It was a frustrating delay. It is one that no cricketer likes to see, the rain falling, and boy did it come down here. But the fantastic drainage here at the Mangaung Oval means that we're able to get play underway once again, and surprisingly the declaration not forthcoming in the long delay. We lost as many as 37 overs today, but 26 more still to come.
Losing play from the start of the lunch interval at 12 in the afternoon. It started raining, but right at 4 o'clock it returns. Hakeem Jordan has no attacking options. He starts off with a deep sweep. On the covers he has a backward deep point in Shandopol and also a third man in Mackenzie. Very defensive from the onset.
Surprisingly, because with such a long break, you would think that the impetus would be on Joshua De Silva here to get going, to get an opportunity to switch the fortunes of this game, to really put pressure on the South African batters. They've been off the field since midday, and that break in the mental concentration that is required when batting would certainly present an opportunity for the game to shift in their favour. A quick wicket here after the interval would make a world of difference.
Especially given the fact that knowing that both the South Africans will be looking to go into the attack now. There's no point in being defensive on their side. So you fight fire with fire and see which fire burns the brightest.
It's going to be an interesting passage of play here. Ruan de Swart on 71 in search of 100, but he's got to deal with Jordan coming around the wicket.
Starts off wide, and that's why you should have those attacking options. They choose not to have them. Johnson has to come around from third man just to retrieve the ball from the boundary, and Hakeem Jordan is distraught here.
Yeah, rightfully so. They persisted with the slip almost the entire morning, and with that outside edge, South Africa bring up their 250.
And a gift for Ruan de Swart. The commentator's curse would have definitely struck if there was those attacking options, because either way, with the ball pitched short and wide, the shot from Ruan de Swart was always going to be on regardless. But also with that 250 run on the board, South Africa claim on to that 400 lead, now at 401.
It's very defensive here from Joshua De Silva. 5 men out once again. He's still not sure about where he wants everyone. The mid-wicket now trundling out to deep square region, and the man at fine leg will be positioned presumably in the slips. That's where he's heading at the moment. Maybe a wideish slip or a fly slip even. It's a surprise that it's almost trying to close the gate after the horse has already bolted.
And then it's Jordan now who opens a path to a different gate as he pulls the ball down to the leg side. Does that mean when Ruan de Swart had to play that in the air, he throw a man there as well?
Yeah, it's almost reactionary captaincy as opposed to proactivity, and it's not something that will impress West Indian fans, especially since the break would have been in their favour if the South Africans were not to declare in that interval and wanted to come out and bat, enjoy some time out in the middle against bowlers that they're enjoying facing. The wicket would have been the first over of players. That one's just leapt out of the hand of Jordan.
And what a confidence booster that would be, because in effect, if South Africa are looking for Juan de Swart to reach that century, it would have been the end of the innings for the West Indies as long Virgil out in that field.
Yeah, I just wonder why you wouldn't have thought about, even if it is that fly slip where he currently is, why wouldn't you want to put some pressure on? A little bit of a freebie to get Zubair Hamza off strike, but now Juan de Swart proving to us that it is the change of momentum that is halting his momentum in batting.
Starting now to move his feet around the crease. Saw him shift across the off stump, trying to get across that ball that is just looking to nag his off stump. There's a big gaps in the leg side. And Akeem Jordan targets his body, because on that leg side we just have that deep backward square leg. We also have a man standing at mid wicket, as well as a man who's standing at mid off, or mid on rather, on that leg side. Otherwise it's all open land, so it's understandable if you're going to have a man like Juan de Swart who's looking to be aggressive, walk across the pitch looking to spank that over.
And just chatting with some of the scorers, you spoke about the amount of land. It's 140 meters boundary to boundary here at the Mangaung Oval. It's not easy running around here for fielding teams, and the amount of overs that the West Indies have been in the field is not going to be enjoyable, and the misery continues with that shot falling safely, although elevated very briefly.
Also just placed very well, that from Juan de Swart, because there is that mid wicket, but the ball would have gone where square leg would probably be stationed, and he ekes out 2 runs to end that over. 7 taken from it, and Juan de Swart has added 6 to his score. He moves to 77, and South Africa lead by 403 runs.
The questions we were asking before we went off is when the declaration would come. Would it be lunch? Would it be a wicket? Or would it be the century of Zubair Hamza? We noted that an outside shout of declaration not happening. We thought, South Africa will go for the win here. It's not what they've gone for, and it's not as though they have come out and thought, you know what, let's really move things along, half an hour, a quick blast, and then we'll come out and bowl to the West Indian batters with not much time left in the day's play.
Surprisingly very controlled, and the boundary that we've seen has been a mistake, a false stroke from Juan de Swart. Otherwise it's just been them nicking it, putting it here, putting it there, pushing ones, pushing twos. 7 runs in that over. Shamar Joseph now comes in, much more dangerous threat. He's taken 4 already, 62 in his 16 overs. Starts off with a beautiful length.
This time Joshua De Silva deciding that he did want a man catching. One right under the nose there of Zubair Hamza, just off of your screens, in a catching cover region, and then a man in a gully position, knowing that Zubair Hamza likes that waft, that cut stroke.
And you know, we're looking at this field, it's that thing we were talking about during the interval break as it was raining, that it's easy for us here in the commentary box and out in the stands to talk about what the field is supposed to be like. But it's a much more different proposition if you're the man out there as the captain. You are the one feeling the pressure, and more importantly, as the captain, your decision making is what carries some of these statistics of the players, the careers of the players, which trajectory they're going to take in this particular match, given the instructions that you give them.
Leadership is not an easy mantle to carry on your shoulders. We often see captains who have done well on their own steam in the past struggle when that leadership responsibility is given to them. Not that that is the way we feel about Joshua De Silva, but just noting the state of play.
So we can sit here and say, no man, there should be a mid-wicket who's right in the ring to stop that single, to apply the pressure and force them to hit the ball over as they take that single. We could say, hey man, there should be someone who's standing right at slip because the gap between him and Gully is too big. And the ball that was cut through by Ruan de Swart went through it in the middle of that gap. We can say all of those things here. But it's not what you may be thinking here because the different pressures and the discussions happening in the change room may be completely different from what we're seeing.
Yeah, mental fatigue is certainly something that we don't always take into consideration. You know, you're also worrying about your own performances, especially at an A level, because if you've played up at that international test level, you want to remain there. You want to be able to be a consistent performer for your side, and both of these countries not playing as much test cricket as they have in the past. That's also something you are cognizant of, because that's where your opportunities to really stretch your legs in terms of formats comes. Because if you can consistently perform in the red ball stuff, you might find yourself in the white ball teams.
Your ability to play first class cricket shows your complete skill, because over the course of 4 to 5 days you are eventually going to be tested enough to show everything that you have got, because you will receive everything that the opponent has as well. Because you get balls that come like that. There's a fine leg who stand there, but it didn't come in further enough. He's not angry, Shamar Joseph. He drowned Ruan de Swart. But the exchange is single.
Yeah, and the West Indians are furious because that was what you would consider to be a parachute. Ball high in the air and the man running in, maybe losing it in the clouds. And in that instance, just allowing it to bounce safely. And the displeased look, the scowl from the captain wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, arms folded. He looks about as thrilled as a toddler who's been told they can no longer play.
He's trying his best. He's dropping this one short. Smashed in front of square. Incredible shots from Zubair Hamza. He stands tall with authority, and onto the boundary she goes.
Isn't that always the case? When it rains, it pours, and that's exactly what happened here today with the weather. But Ruan de Swart living cautiously with luck that he may have summoned during the long interval, but Zubair Hamza absolutely making the most of that freebie there.
Someone said in the comments that Zubair Hamza's pull drives are, or pull shots are, Aiden Markram-esque in his words. Aiden Markram, one of the finest batters in the world, of course, and Zubair Hamza also in his own right, one of the finest in the country, in the circuit, looking to make his name in the international circuits, of course, a man who has all of the skill in the world. But Ruan de Swart on the other side, like you said, just living on a knife's edge. Ball was not dropped, just dropped in front of the man who was at deep fine leg, and the frustration from Joseph coming because the man didn't back in front enough. Maybe he might have lost the ball in the clouds, like you say. But that intensity in the field that Joseph wanted, put in the drive, do something to get this wicket.
Just dying out of the wicket there. No real emphasis and bounce. Very different to what we saw in the previous over. Quite steep bounce. And James is asking, or mentioning that he's asking, well, he said, are the clouds that low that they got lost in the clouds? Not so much that, but rather the contrast of the clouds in the background. They are quite low, menacingly hovering overhead. You'll see patches of sunshine appear and then disappear. It was very grey behind us here at the pavilion.
But like we said, that wind does have a tendency to blow the clouds away. I was blown away when I found out that actually happens. I didn't study geography in school. I was a finance guy. So all of the mechanics of how the geography alters the conditions of the game left me so much in awe. And how right now you would have thought that the West Indies would be on top in some aspect if they just use the moisturized conditions, but also that fatigue has set in. You can see it's just dropped wide, but there is a man who is stationed right at deep backward point.
Yeah, with 64 overs on the odometer of the ball, you wonder what actually are the West Indies doing here? Are they just happy to potter around the ground until there is a new ball available? Are they looking to attack? Is it the good lines and lengths that you know that they are capable of bowling, but also ones that'll be effective?
There's 24 overs in the day left. In those 24 overs, 16 of them are required in order for South Africa to face that new ball. It's a tall order to reach, especially as these gentlemen continue batting as well as they do, reaching their 150 run partnership for the 5th wicket.
Hamza contributing 69, De Swart 79, and these two, as I mentioned earlier in the day, 213, or rather 113 for 4 rather, is where they came together. And that's such an important fighting knock from these two. The slip back in place, and that's positive to see.
That's why the slip is there, because Ron de Swart is going on the attack. Also, there's the defensive work of the West Indies captain's thinking, just stopping that for a single in the deep.
Yeah, just slap that away. Good to see in the previous over with the decision making of Joshua De Silva. He's a little bit more active, both previous over and this one, in making sure he's aware of where his fielders are. And yes, they might be a slightly more defensive than we would like up here. At least he's getting involved. I felt he was somewhat of a passenger in that first innings.
You have to try and see something different. What will it do? Have to try out different strategies and see what they will chuck out. Right now, still not bringing any wickets, just that of Kaya Zondo early on in the morning, as they continue building up on this lead of 412. Ron de Swart is on 80 runs.
South Africa dominating at the moment, we know that. But again, the question is, will they give themselves enough time to take 10 wickets, or is it a plan to really just enjoy their time out in the middle in a wicket that certainly seems to be favouring these two, because they know the opposition coming on Monday at Potchefstroom may present a slightly altered challenge, maybe not necessarily a difficult challenge with the respect to the West Indian A players, but we mentioned on day one, I think it was, the Indian A players are averaging 40s in Ranji Trophy. So just having to bowl at those types of batters, and also guys that will enjoy the conditions.
Cracking that, but there's still defensive men all around the boundary. There's a man who's at the cover sweeper, there's the man stationed at deep point, there's a man who's stationed at third man, and it really seems like here, the two options we were speaking about during the break, that either number one, South Africa are going to come back to continue batting just for a little while longer to break down even more of the West Indians' morale, which has already been broken down, which is number two, could be that Ron de Swart might be inching very closer to that 100 mark. Apart from that, I don't see any other reason why they'd continue batting with a lead that is so out of reach.
Glorious stroke. These two certainly are giving a masterclass to some youngsters out there. Just how good you should be cover driving, how you should be leaning into those strokes. It also helps when you've got 109 and 81 on the board. Mm-hmm. You can go after some of those deliveries when the ball is 3/4 of the way there to being replaced, and also you have confidence in your own timing and placement.
especially also if the bowlers are going to be giving you nice, juicy, wide half volleys. But like you also said, most likely both these players are going to be on that Indian SAA tour in probably one of those squads. Given the way that they've played their respective innings, look at this running. Just for instance, as the ball is placed into that gap, it's a large area between the man who's standing at deep square leg and deep fine leg. They have to come back in from the boundary to go, and it was already 2 runs.
And a reminder for those who aren't really sure or certain when that side will be announced, tomorrow is D-Day. So during the course of the day, we'll keep an eye on our channels to see when that team is announced, and we'll also let you know on stream so that you can make your decision about who your favorite is.
So giving them time on the boundary to clean hit the ball like that. How powerful from Ruan de Swart, and how amazing from Mackenzie right at the boundary, running it down and stopping it before it crosses the boundary line. He slides through the boundary, and it's Johnson who cleans up for him and just saves that single.
Politely as well, he's fixed the boundary rope that he's disturbed, but it also helps when there's been a lot of rain around, sliding. I think it was the undoing of Jaden Seals with the hard surface here on day 1.
And also you take a look at, because of that moisture on the ground that still lingers, the ball just skids on as it runs down to the boundary. But such power was Ruan de Swart's shot that even then Joseph got a hand to it and it still poked through. It's a wider delivery, but remember there is that deep cover point, just stopping that to a 1 as the lead grows to 420 runs.
Partnership now 159. And these two are loving life at the moment. Really just ticking over, as if it were the middle overs really of a one-day game. It's that 10 to 40 where the field is spread and they're all too confident with their stroke making.
But the thing is here, you look at the runs that have already been conceded in this particular over. It's already 8, and none of them have been boundaries, and all of them have been calling the West Indians to run around the field to retrieve the ball. And it's a full toss straight into the pads of Ruan de Swart. Shamar Joseph with a ball that is overpitched, and one that he thought that, oh, I got it wrong. He gets it right, as it is Ruan de Swart who gets his stroke wrong. He plays all around it and has been dismissed for 86 runs, falling 14 runs short of that century. But in his tears is another man's joy.
Well, I certainly wasn't expecting it. It was the right decision to persist as they have. And a bit of luck there for the West Indies. They almost felt comfortable to just sit back and let the game play them. But finally, the declaration has now come. So, South Africa conclude their innings 272 for 5. 66 overs the West Indies A bowlers bowled. And brilliant batting by these two. Really just carried that South African innings despite all the challenges that they faced with interruptions.
And in carrying their innings, it was Shamar Joseph who carried the West Indies. He was the one who smiled in the despair of Ruan de Swart not getting his century, getting his second first-class 5-wicket haul. He does it in South Africa, he does it in foreign conditions, and he does it as the only man to capture the wickets for his team. What a great decision to take his cricket seriously, because now the world may, in time, take him seriously. Shamar Joseph, remember the name.
Very well bowled. It's been brilliant fast bowling from the West Indian. And it's been brilliant to see how they've celebrated together, where it's been one of those moments at the end of a long spell in the field that produced exactly what they needed when they needed. And much like the South African innings in the field, he was the one carrying the team with the ball.
Amazing job from Shamar Joseph. We're going to see more of him. But now it's going to be the West Indians who are going to need to carry their bats for as long as they can. With a full day expected of play tomorrow, they have a target of 417. But in essence, South Africa have a target of 10 wickets. The innings change is upon us. We will see you in 10 minutes with 23 overs scheduled of play. We will see how many remain after the innings break. Don Olivier to lead us on as we start off the final session with a nice big bouncer here. The West Indians needing a lot of patience and grit with 421 runs on the board. It's South Africa who have conditions work in their favour. The clouds are moving so briskly, indicating the wind. With me, Pendulo Makubane, who's going to give you the answers on this call by call as the play goes, but I'm never alone with David Mitchley. Don Olivier is with Tejan Shando Paul and with Zachary McCaskey, as I almost go back to his father, but you are the historian amongst us.
Great cricketer for the West Indies. Shiv Chandapal, the man who used to bat with the eye black under his eyes like an American football player. But he's going to see darkness here, Will Chandapal. If he's not up to the task, he's going to just have to deal with the South Africans steaming in here. We're just going to have a brief intermission as Clyde Fontaine fixes his tape. Wicketkeeper that didn't bat in the second innings. You would have thought he would have had to frantically get rid of his batting equipment and then get ready to keep, because unless he was hiding in the dungeons of the change room, that's normally what happens.
At least the advantage then is that he was zoned into the game as much as possible, because he was going to come in. The pad rash is not pad rash to him, because whatever he does in the game of cricket, he'll forever be wearing pads.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that we are grateful for as we get older as cricketers. No longer required to wear the shorts from primary school. That long pair of white trousers is most welcome, and what would most be welcome for the South Africans is a wicket, 3 slips and a gully in place.
Swinging it, twirling back into Tej Chandapal here is Dwan Olivier, but they do have a man stationed at mid-wicket alongside Mihlali Mpongwana, who's at mid-on, and the only other man who's on the leg side is just the squarish fine leg in Dane Patterson.
I don't like it when Dwan Olivier just floats it up there. I want him to hit the deck. He bowled the first 2 so very well, and then he kind of just lobbed it up there for that third delivery.
That's it again, but this time it did beat the outside edge of Chandapal's bat. You saw the ball swirling back in again, but then straightening after it pitches, beating Chandapal. All ends meet to end the first over.
Dwan Olivier spent some time here at the Mangaung Oval, so he'll know conditions as well as, or better than, some of the other South African A players. Maybe not necessarily Reynolds van Tonder, but part of the West Indian management side, Jimmy Adams, has spent some time here, not only as a player, having one of the better records here for West Indies A, but also as part of the Free State cricket environment, knowing places around here like Bethlehem and Welkom and Kimberley.
He's a man of the bloom, he's a man of the flat world here. But what is not flat are the deliveries that Dane Patterson delivers as he steams down. They are so venomous. They've been filled with venom ever since he started bowling in this series back in Buffalo Park.
It's the traditional venues for a West Indies A tour: Buffalo Park, Mangaung, Benoni. And how do we know that? Well, our stats pack here, wonderfully provided to us by Cricket South Africa, is jam-packed with numbers, more numbers than we could ever use. And one of the indications of where these games is the records.
Shaky leave that from McCaskey. It's a good ball from Dane Patterson, and it just jagged back off that beautiful length that he consistently hits. He does have 3 slips in Neil Brunt, Zubair Hamza, Rowan de Swart. David Bedingham occupies gully with Reynard van Donder stationed at backward point.
that was a bit of a gamble when you came to the leave. I don't know how comfortable you feel about that one.
Again, it's a good leave. It was a good setup in the previous innings by Dane Patterson, where he got him to leave one that was very, very close to that off stump. And then the very next one, he pushed his bat at it, got that outside edge, and nabbed his wicket. But now he's a bit more cautious to the threat.
Excellent wicket keeping technique as well from Cloudfontein. I know you're not able to see it in its fullest glory here, but Cloudfontein making sure he's taking it on his inside hip, moving. It's good carry, I mean, from Patterson bowling on this wicket, but it's just masterful. Do yourself a favor that when the bowling is coming from the pavilion end, just really hone in on what Cloudfontein is doing. We spoke yesterday about the importance of good technique as a wicketkeeper in this format, and we gave so much praise to Cloudfontein for the work that he's done with gloves in his hands, or on his hands rather. But he's just been so good. A couple of stumpings in the series.
Just to back up how good he's been throughout the entire series. Saves, runs left, right, and center. He has not dropped a single catch, consistently coming to him here at Cloudfontein. Those three stumpings were something of magic. And he does provide a good case study here for anyone who wants to become a wicketkeeper, to just watch how to move around, how to get your feet dancing, how to get your hand-eye coordination working. Even saw him standing up to Mihlali Mpongwana earlier on.
And as daunting as this task may seem, as we end the second over in this, the final innings of the third unofficial test match, I don't want it to be all doom and gloom for West Indian fans, because they picked up their first A-Test win against South Africa A in this series. So some positives for them, even though this game is perhaps slanted in favour of the locals here.
And the thing is, that match that they did win, David, was a match where it was heavily slanted to the locals in that match as well. But it took the heroics of Kevin Sinclair and the resilience of Jay McAllister right at the bottom to survive and overthrow the South Africans in their home ground. In that match as well, Tej Chandapal showed class and resilience.
Couple of you being big fans of Mpendulo in the comments. We thank you for your thoughts, even asking if you're going to be in Poch. I kind of got touched. I said, well, thanks, I'll be there too. But it's all in good humour here. Not good humour coming from Duan Olufir, though.
With the good stuff indeed. With the good stuff indeed. Duan Olufir. That's what you were talking about in the previous over, David, that when he hits the deck, man, does he become a menace.
And it was the menace to General Chandapal. If you're wondering if there is a glitch on the score, no, it's yet to see score in the final innings.
Ooh, that's that bowling pressure. There's so much threat in the slip cordon with 3 slips and a gully. The ball coming in onto Chandapal. He doesn't want to use his hard hands onto that, but the ball almost being pedaled down to the wickets with his hands a little bit too soft.
And coming back to that thought of Pendula's fans, some suggesting that you might be the voice of the Gautrain, a local high-speed train up in Johannesburg.
The next wicket will be coming in 5 minutes.
You might get some of those betters taking what you say as gospel, so you've got to be very careful.
Dwan Olivier is continuing with his impressive work. Really, really gunning for the head. We saw Hart just for Leon crack the helmet of Kevin Sinclair. Well, he didn't do it literally, but he did give him something to work with.
Yeah, he's not somebody who holds back, is Dwan Olivier. It's exactly why he was brought into the South African Test squad 4 years ago. 66. Rush them in their shot selections.
But this one is just dropped a little bit too short. There's not a lot of width, but there's a lot of wrist work from McCaskey, who's able to guide that over the top of the slip cord into the deep backward point boundary. It runs to 4, and it's 5 for no loss.
Lovely last delivery that from Patterson. He just continues to pitter-patter like rain upon the ground. Just consistent, consistent, consistent. 4 dots in a row.
And starting it a little bit shorter here against Shandapol. All the balls have been working on that back of a length area. There's a big gap between backward point and the man at mid-off. If he wants to take on that back foot drive, it's there for the taking, but so are the slip fielders for the mistake.
That's the one that goes away from the left-handed Chanapol. Bloemfontein thinking it would have been the end of the over. Maybe just didn't look up to the scoreboard. Maybe just lost count because it's been so good from Patterson, dot after dot. Hardus Viljoen swinging his legs on the right-hand side of your screen. He just pops in and out of frame now and again.
There's a good replacement to have. He's bowled over 22,500 first-class balls. Talk about experience.
And the experience showing for Dane Patterson as we end another over of Patterson bowling. Dot, 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 dot. 6 of them, a maiden, and no run scored off of his bowling in quite a while.
He keeps continuing, piling on that pressure. And the thing is, might feel like Shandapol let a few go there because it was just a little bit too wide than forcing him to play. But he's absorbed the pressure while Shandapol, 44 balls for his 7 runs. Here you can even score 10 runs in 200 deliveries and you'd have played a jaffa of an innings. For here with the West Indies, it's all about them not losing their wickets.
Change of bowling. Hardus Viljoen looking to extend his delivery count here, 22,500. Something that maybe isn't spoken about as much is the impact that it has on the bodies of fast bowlers, but well built is Viljoen.
And they're going to have to be strong, are the West Indians. More of our comment section saying that the batting lineup for the West Indies for this match needs to be Dravid. They need all of the walls, and the walls need not to be shaken. The Great Wall of China needs to extend its walls into the West Indies so that they can prevent this onslaught coming from Hardus Viljoen.
Huge shot! Not interested. Perhaps 2 sounds?
Heard the same thing there as well, David. And then the third sound was the loud appeal of the South Africans, who ignored the second sound that they had. It would be so wonderful for them to get a wicket in these final 7 overs that are 7 minutes that are scheduled.
Possibly also going down the leg side. And that's the great thing about having this stream, is that you're able to go back.
And that's why it's so important that you continue joining us here today and tomorrow to see those juicy deliveries from Hardus Viljoen. And also for you to join us next week, Monday. We'll be joined by Gert Malone in the commentary box as we bring you the India A series versus the South Africa A. That will be happening in the JB Marks Oval. And what's really nice about that one is that we'll be having that panning camera. We'll be having that production that everyone is crying about. So it's always going to be good stuff.
You know what also makes it enjoyable is having the fans along with us. Commentary team in their own right, sharing their thoughts, elevating the value of this production. It's not just the two of us who have been together. And hopefully we've elevated our commentary game for you, brought you the action, and drawn you in.
The players drawing us in order for us to draw you in. And Hardus Viljoen draws Mackenzie into a glorious glance. It is over the top of the entire blade of the field. And it's 6 runs.
What a stroke. Stand and deliver, son. Hardus Viljoen will not be impressed with that. And normally quite a chatty man with ball in hand is very quiet as he's just puts his head down and walks back to his mark, not interested in a chat. Some encouraging shots from his teammates all around, but yet to really impact this game, Hardasviljoen.
Had a good context against Kevin Sinclair in the first innings. None of that here right now. Just him hitting a very hard length. But the thing is, his rhythm is looking good.
Yeah, that's the end of the 13th, an unlucky one for Hardasviljoen. The first 6 of the final innings. But a quieter one would not do the West Indians well, so good for them to try and push back a little bit with the South Africans, as they have been very dominant with ball in hand, keeping things very quiet, and somebody who I'm hoping will be dominant here as we head to the final couple of minutes of this day's plays, Mihlali Mpongwana. He's done well swinging it away from the left-handers.
You've been calling for him. You actually called just before we started the innings that you would have loved to see him open the bowling with a Dane Patterson. Just annoy that off stump. Just be at the bats constantly with the new ball. So now we wait to see how the young man is going to operate. He has Dane Patterson at his mid-off. He has Hardasviljoen at his mid-on for some guidance. Don Olivier has returned back into the field. He's standing at deep fine leg as the only man who's patrolling the boundary. There are now 2 slips for Mihlali Mpongwana and a short extra cover.
Immediately, that's who is brought into the game. And I think that's what Chanderpaul's going to do. He's going to look to get across his stumps, try and cover up whatever Mpongwana is going to be offering, because that's what he has to do in order to try and snuff out any attacking options. Remember, the ball is 13 overs old. It's got to last for 80 before it is replaced. We haven't yet had a change in the ball. And if there is going to be it, South Africa need to make the most of it nice and early.
The West Indians will be hoping that they reach a point where they can even face that new ball, because with 90 overs scheduled today and a possible 7 remaining, but seemingly 2, they still have to bat for an additional minimum 90 overs. So that means by that time they'll be on 103 overs, so they still have to see off that new ball coming in and blunt it out and see off the change in the day's conditions. It's all going to be going down tomorrow, so why wouldn't you want to join us? It's 400 runs to win for the West Indies, which seems unlikely, but it's 8 wickets. It's still in hand for them.
Very good morning to some of our Caribbean listeners who have joined us for this, the final couple of moments of this day's play. That's exactly, again, what we've seen from Chanderpaul, coming across his stumps, really wanting to get his body behind the line of the ball.
When he was scoring that 79 runs, he was extremely patient. I remember in the comment section, people were saying he's on 2 from 22, he's on 7 from 45. But it was that resilience of anchoring the innings at the top that eventually led him to scoring those 79 runs that was so important. It was only reverse swing that got the better of him off at the hand of Hardasviljoen.
And isn't that precisely what a Chanderpaul name brings you? That resilience, tenacity, and not being dictated to by anyone, but being confident in your own abilities. How often did we see Shivnarine Chanderpaul fighting for the West Indies, having his teammates rally around him? It was Brian Lara that was flashy, but Shivnarine Chanderpaul, more often than not, got the job done.
Quintessential number 3 is Shivnarine Chanderpaul. His son looking to become a fine opening batter. What he was doing in that first innings also to get that 79 runs was firstly understanding the placement of his off stump, but also that allowed him to move across the stumps very well. So he genuinely cover all of the stumps, move across the stumps even, and once he's across the stumps, anything that is out of the line of his body would be one that is let go. Just drifting down to the pads. Not what he wants to do.
I don't think he'll be too disappointed with that over. One coming from it in the end, and well, 5:30 being the time, I'm surprised we're still going to have another one. Perhaps extending play ever so slightly. Maybe it is the watch of umpire Arno Jacobs and not the grounds time, although it does reflect on both the clock above the sight screen at the Loch Logan end and on the scorecard that it has turned over 5:30.
One thing that is better than what it was yesterday is the light. It's beautiful here. Even the shadows are so far away from our playing square.
And finally, the man under the helmet makes an appearance, and it is exactly who I said it should be, Kailihle Zondo. So something to be mindful of is Kai Zondo has to keep very low here when the ball is being bowled. His shadow may not interfere on the strip. It's a bit of an anomaly that the lengthy shadow cannot interfere with the eye line of the man batting. So he just tucks himself in there as Ardus Viljoen runs into ball here, and you can expect a little bit of rib tickling stuff here.
He already tried to start that with the first ball of the over, but this time just goes wide off the off stump. There is that gap still open, but not timed enough to even penetrate the inner ring. Dwan Olivier rather at mid-off, collecting that.
Maybe Dwan Olivier is what the South Africans would want. 4 from him. He's not going to bowl in the remaining time that we have here.
Possibility of that extra half hour with the rain delay and time being lost yesterday as well, but time will tell, as we haven't received our information yet from the umpires.
And especially since we started at 9:30 this morning. It's not as if we began at the usual time.
So once we do get that information for you, we will relay it as quickly as possible. Ardus Viljoen though still has 4 deliveries remaining in this over. Bowls it short, bowls it full. It's up into the air. It's in that space in between the cover area. It was marginally close to Dwan Olivier, but it was hit well enough to go to the cover boundary.
It's just one of those instances where everybody shouts catch, but perhaps hopeful because it wasn't really within reach of Dwan Olivier.
But I remember this is exactly what was happening with Kirk Mackenzie. Was having ping pong games with Neil Brunt's captaincy. I remember very vividly how Neil Brunt had stationed himself at short extra cover, and then Mackenzie slapped that ball right through where you would find a silly mid-off, right on the strip next to the pitch. It was in the air for a bit and it ran down for 4 runs. And then afterwards, the next over, Brunt put himself on that silly mid-on position right next to the crease. The last ball of the next over, he hit it in the air through extra cover where Neil Brunt had moved himself. So playing ping pong with Neil Brunt's captaincy, but he still keeps the man under the helmet and 2 slips.
And those who are playing ping pong with the time is the umpires, as they're taking the extra liberty of heading out towards that 6 o'clock region. And we're actually quite happy that there is more cricket because we've been starved today. 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock really should have gotten more in, but it's the weather who didn't play along.
Just squaring Shandapol up a little bit with that one back of a length, just nipping away just a touch, but is able to play with those soft hands that were almost guilty of trickling the ball back into his stumps earlier on, but he survives. 15 overs have been completed. 28 for 1 is the score.
Lovely bit of conversation going on in our comment section. Please share with your friends because we want to hear all of the voices as you speculate what South Africa's current head coach in rugby, what he would do if he were in the cricketing space. Some of you suggesting that would... I'd love to just read this one that said Rassie would call out the third umpire for using inaccurate technology rather than common sense. Rassie Erasmus being likened to that of Chuck Norris of rugby.
In our townships where we grew up, that's what we will call a starring. He's a starring. You don't mess with him.
Lesedi Kotane saying that Rassie would field a lineup of 11 all-rounders, and there was one even with Tabrei Shamsi opening the batting and it would work. So the miracle working that he's done at rugby. But crucially here, the miracle bowling from Dane Patterson and his compadres here has just been magical to watch.
Just overstepping that time as Mihlali Bongwana was looking for the block hole, but the only hole he found was a no ball.
Disappointing from him there. There's just so much talent from Mihlali Bongwana. I just want to see a wicket. I just love to see him get a wicket. He really hasn't been blitzing through these batsmen. I think there's certainly an opportunity for him to sneak one here late in the day.
He's just looking to hit those good areas right in front of the face of the batter. I wouldn't mind an idea of Mbongwana coming around the wicket. I wouldn't mind it at all. If you see him going wide off the crease as well, and then just fooling Mackenzie into thinking that the ball will be sharpening into his timber. However, there's still 4 more balls remaining to see how he's going to construct this over. Is Mihlali Bongwana. Goes 2 straight. And what a beautiful shot that is from Mackenzie. Takes it on into the slot and he slots that over the boundary for 6.
Well, that is what you would describe as disdain. Like a golfer, unmoved in his footwork, absolutely dispatched it.
Hits it straight over the head of Mihlali Bongwana. Straight coming through, straight coming back. Moves to 17, Mackenzie, and one thing we do know about Mackenzie is his carefree stroke play in contrast to Tay Chishanda Paul. You will see with the scores themselves. 17 from 17 balls is your left-hander who's currently on strike. Now engages the front foot beautifully, straight to the ground, but mid-off is there.
And Mackenzie's looking like he's enjoying himself out there, taking the opportunity to go after Mihlali Bongwana. Maybe sensing that the youngster's got a few gaps in his armour.
Still playing in his 18th first-class match. Is bowling for the 26th time in an innings. He comes around the wicket now to Mackenzie. And immediately he's landing it where the X and the handkerchief would always be.
Remember, as a South African, the X is known as a...
Are you speaking about Twitter?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Not that of an angry South African, but something that won't anger South African fans is that Clyde Fontaine has immediately summoned the helmet for him to be able to stand up to the stumps for this final Mihlali Bongwana over. Why not just wait for the next over? Will one ball make the difference?
It did make a difference when Dane Patterson was bowling to Joshua De Silva. You said, oh, will he get it in one ball? Onto the slip cordon was the ball edged, and We saw Bloemfontein do this in the first innings against Bongwana. He does it again, standing up to compress the space of Mackenzie. And it starts off very well to end the over. 16 gone. South Africa still need 8 more wickets in order to win this match because the West Indies have lost the services of Jaden Seals.
Change of gloves for Degeneran Chanderpaul, and South Africa have forgotten their helmet behind. Neil Brunt doing the work. Surprisingly, that the captain has been the one to go retrieve it. But I suppose when you want Kai Zondo under the helmet, it's kind of the gesture that you do. The man's been around South African cricket long enough and doesn't necessarily have to fetch his own helmet. It's kind of a privilege of being the most senior player in this side, making his debut many seasons ago.
Who are you to say that I must go fetch my own helmet? And this is the nice thing also about first class cricket in terms of the conversations happening in the comments, that we can have some teachable lessons and then just unpack what's happening here in the match that we are watching as Harjas Viljoen is bowling to Kirk Mackenzie. It's a good shot, but there's backward point to stationed there. It's the fact that right now the match is about to end in day 3 with the West Indies needing 385 runs. What normally happens is that you gauge whether or not your team will have the ability to score those runs. And what you want to do is to preserve your wickets as much as possible, chipping away at it slowly and slowly and slowly. And as the last day comes to an end, you can then assess if you have a chance of winning the game. So right now, the likelihood of seeing West Indies chase down this total of 385 runs, considering the fact that the average fourth inning score here at Mangaung Oval is just 149 runs, asking a team that has the highest score of 314 to score 421 is quite a huge task.
Certainly something that will take some doing. And especially with the West Indies A side doing as well as they have in this series, there is some chance of belief or some inkling of hope for them. 314 was something of an anomaly for this West Indies side. It came off the back of Chanderpaul 78, 73 from Hodge, and contributions down the order from Sinclair and Jordan. But it's going to take some serious doing here.
So the reason why it's all about South Africa taking the wickets is because they are firmly in the upper hand, and the work here for the West Indians is to survive and keep their wickets. Because the situation will be that if they are able to keep their wickets and they are able to preserve all of them up until the end of day 3, they will at least draw out a draw. However, if that final session comes and they feel like they can chase the runs, will they chase the runs or will they lose the wickets in chasing those runs? So that's the game that is being played in first class cricket. So you can't just go and chase and chase and chase.
To give you an idea of what the statistics look like here at the Mangaung Oval in terms of A tests, there has only been 2 victories for South Africa A here at the Mangaung Oval, and the highest fourth innings total was in 1997-98, where South Africa A chased down 199 for victory. So that total that still remains to be chased down, 383. The statistics not on the side of the Windies batters, but stranger things have happened.
Stranger things like that delivery from Harjas Viljoen, just kicked up off a length. See, this is where the mindset must really come in for the West Indians. Mackenzie wanting to field bat on ball, but the ball not there to threaten a wicket. You should easily let that one go, just to ensure that you get to see tomorrow. It's all about preserving your wicket, and it's all about seeing those overs tick on as the 17th has come to its end. The score is 38 for 1.
15 minutes remaining in this afternoon's play. And some serious conversations happening here between Kaya Zondo and Hardisvoljoen. Just maybe considering what their options may be, what kind of deliveries that Viljoen needs to bowl, where he needs to really try and put pressure here late in the day.
Kicking up that from a back of a length, spongy bounce. Don't know where this bounce is coming from now.
He bent his back there, did Mpongwana, really throwing it into the turf there, and got an under edge on the way through to Zubair Hamza.
Really going at it, and the West Indians also starting to go at it now, but with 15 minutes to go. Some risky business with the ball sticking onto the pitch. Them wanting to go hard.
Well, you've got to give credit to them for feeling like they want to go hard at this. They don't want to be pushed into their own shell. They don't want to be squeezed or boxed in. They want to come out here and say, yes, we understand that there's a mountain ahead of us here, but it is one that we want to take on. We want to feel confident about our bowling performances, leading us into a batting performance that we can be confident of, happy with, and ultimately will lead the selectors to consider them.
They're going to have to be a bit careful though. First of all, that was a leave from Chanderpaul, doing the Marcus Trescothic move of leaving with a defensive shot. Ball a little bit too wide from Bongwana, so there's a little bit of phantom excitement from the South Africans. But also leading up to the point of them just wanting to counter-attack the South Africans here. They're going to be important not for them to cost their wickets. We saw with how South Africa, after winning the toss, they're batting at 5 runs to the over, but those 5 runs to the over were costing them consistent flow of wickets. Right now, West Indies only have 8 to play with.
Over the wicket comes Mpongwana. Surprising change of action from Mihlali Mpongwana there. I would have hoped that he would have continued around the wicket and that specific delivery would be the one that swings back in. You have Chanderpaul coming across his stumps quite a lot, and then it is the one that comes back into the left-hander, or even just goes on to straighten on. That's what I wanted from Mpongwana, but there's far more experienced heads out there that will be guiding him in Patterson, and so much knowledge in that head.
Going in a little bit straight, and the thing is, they already know each other well from Western Province. Surely must be guiding each other well.
Bloemfontein again, too eager, like a swimmer at the Olympics already, trying to get into the thick of things. Wanted to go retrieve helmets, and Neil Brandt to say, hold on, there's just one more remaining.
Did that again, like you said, in the first over for Mpongwana. The previous one, we went up for the final delivery to just stand up into the stumps, but the last one here for the 17th comes through. Nice and straight, but it's played back by Chanderpaul, doing a good job. He has faced 62 deliveries for his 9 runs. He's doing exactly what the West Indians want from him.
And it is a maiden from Mihlali Mpongwana. So 8 from his 3, but nothing coming from that last one of his. And finding his rhythm nicely there. Kazondo returns under the lid. And after that conversation in the previous over between him and Hardisvoljoen, will there be late drama here? Will the South Africans be able to make the most of it? Drop catches from the West Indies A side will be ringing loudly in their ears. And particularly, I think of that dropped catch by Joshua De Silva off of Zubair Hamza's batting on 98.
Glorious shot. It's trickling it down on the ground. It's a race between Dane Patterson and the man who's running around from the deep backward point in Reinhard van Donder is rather running from deep mid-wicket, who then able to stomp that for just 2 runs.
It's mullet man Ron de Swart who's had to come and collect that.
It's good work between him and Dane Patterson working in tandem. And it's Harjas for Leon changing his angle of attack now. More likely to see the inclusion of Kaya Zondo into the strategy of work for the next 5 balls. Ooh, but maybe smelling the outside edge. It's a great start from Harjas for Leon.
Yeah, good response to that delivery that was overpitched and allowed them to get 3 runs for it. But for the sake of confidence, Hardas is now bowling at Chandapal, who has not been as prodigious with his scoring as his partner has at the other end. So 9 plays 22 for these 2 batters.
But the irony of it all is that by looking at what our game situation requires, Chandapal batting at this rate is exactly what the West Indies want. And the ultimate irony is the fact that by him becoming defensive and understanding where his stumps are and which balls to play, he is giving less opportunity for the wickets to be taken, because the more shots you play, the more you expose the ball to the bat. So the more you leave, the more you preserve your wicket. But they're still eager to get some runs when the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, just chase that one a little bit. Almost looking like an Olympic fencer. Repartee.
And it's at the same time as I'm speaking about the importance of having to... We've seen some nasty deliveries just chop back into the stumps, but not hitting the timber just as yet.
I like this idea of Hardisfullion coming over the wickets to the left-hander. Maybe a rib tickler, resulting in a catch for Zondo.
Rather, a full, juicy, delectable cherry that Kirk Mackenzie pounces on and gloriously straight drives it into the boundary.
Well, that's the opposite of what I've asked for. Hardisfullion not listening to my suggestions. It's just overpitched there. Perhaps in search of the Yorker delivery, maybe trying to play on the double bluff, but he's not executed in the way that he would have wanted. Again, Kazondo there under the helmet, maybe just guiding Hardis as to what he thinks is the best way for Hardis to make sure he concludes this over with great skill.
The short stuff is right outside the line of the off stump. And it's just the end of that over. A happy one, as they were able to relieve some pressure here, the West Indians, to show that they are still into this game. They score 8 runs with a glorious straight drive off the bat of Kirk Mackenzie. It's 46 for the loss of 1.
And that's exactly how I would have wanted Hardisfullion to bowl those overs. And somebody who we've been asking for him to bowl is going to go. It's the captain himself, Neil Brunt. On brand for the South Africans here, as they sniff something in the offing. Kazondo at the striker's end now, maybe suggesting where Brunt should be looking to bowl and the angles. He will remain under the helmet at a forward short leg with Zubair Hamza at first slip.
What also helps with bringing Neil Brunt in now right at the close of the day is that it quickens the over rate, so that it brings back the fast bowler who might have one last shy at claiming a wicket. But also Neil Brunt, nice tall spin bowler, might get it to jag back in. And we saw Sinclair being devastating in the first innings, and the fourth innings is where the spin bowler normally starts to shine.
Brunt just marking his run up diligently, and he'll be bowling to the left-handed Tajenarine Chandapal. There's a mid-wicket and a car corner, and everybody else is inside the ring.
Turning it in, he'll most likely be forced to play more and more deliveries here, will Chandapal.
I like the idea of somebody coming a little bit straighter. There's 2 men very straight for that drive. maybe asking the man at Bloemfontein Patterson to stay where he is, but rather Rowan de Swart, who finds himself at an extra cover position, maybe to come a lot straighter. Because you've got that coverage of where that's exactly gone. So maybe the magic ball from Brunt would be the one that goes quicker through the air, flatter delivery, surprise him, and maybe sneak a wicket here with the first over of spin from the South Africans.
Especially with Chanderpaul loving to move his feet around, opening up to play square, coming across to play to the leg side as well. That quick one coming through the air might just beat him for pace, but he's still very much in control of it, and he's very much anchoring this innings because Chanderpaul is playing a wonderful innings. 11 from 69. This is what his team needs from him, survival and absorbing as much of the pressure as possible.
That one had a stifled appeal from the man down at the cow corner region, Mihlali Mpongwana. Maybe just a hopeful shot from the outer echelons. It's tough when you're fielding out there on your own.
He is the only one who's standing out in the deep at deep square leg. And the over comes to an end. Neil Brunt allows South Africa to have one more over maybe. Just taking a look at the movements from the team, it seems as if they're moving away. And that may be stumps.
Yeah, we're not quite sure because we were told that play would continue until 6. Surprisingly, the umpires are maybe just collecting the discs for the run-ups, and that will be the end of it. So they'll pull the stumps and conclude the day's play. And just to quickly answer one question before we begin our conclusion, no, Dewald Brevis is not playing.
Of course, this match is designed to see which teams will be going for South Africa to the New Zealand tour, which will be starting on the 4th of February. And those players who are contracted to the SA20, approximately 50 players who for South Africa will not be available for that World Test Championship match between them and New Zealand. And the West Indies are playing to see which team will board a flight to Australia because their test series will be beginning in the 13th of January. So Dewald Brevis is not available, nor is Nandre Berger, nor are most of your well-known players. But what we will know tomorrow is how this game will end. David, it has been an exhilarating day of cricket, even though we thought there mightn't be cricket.
It's frustrating watching the rain falling down here at the Mangaung Oval. I'm very grateful that we've been given the chance to actually get play underway after the deluge that fell at the lunch break and didn't subside until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon local time. Very grateful for the work that the ground staff here at the Mangaung Oval have put in to make sure that we could get play underway. But tomorrow promises to be a glorious day.
It's going to be me, Bendulo Makubane, David Midgley, and all of you in the comments section who will be guiding us throughout the course of the final day of the final test match between South Africa A and India A. Join us on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. Join us everywhere on our social medias. Follow us at Proteas Men CSA so that you can be up to date with what's going on in the world of South African cricket and so that you know what's going on starting next week Monday, the India A versus South Africa A series. But for now, we will conclude this match coming tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Until then, we wish you a beautiful day, and tomorrow we wish you a beautiful match of cricket.